My narrativizing mind is very active.
It's this invisible frame of reference that you carry in your head.
Life presents all sorts of adversity, and some adversity doesn't feel like adversity. It's sneaky.
Could I interview you for my space gas?
What the hell is going on here?
Oh yeah, bust out a bit of the long-haired chops, because, like, you know, we're a dying breed. Long hairs are a fucking dying breed.
I really appreciate this.
It's all short back and sides.
This one girl at the pool,
Yeah.
she commented on my long hair. She's like, I really appreciate that you have long hair. Men should have long hair. It's nice.
Yeah.
And then I told her to fuck off.
Fuck off, you're gonna make this rape really awkward.
Don't tell me how to be a man. What's up, guys? Dude, in Ireland right now, I've been in Belfast for a bit, but we're in the Republic of Ireland in the south, in Johnstown, at my buddy Dom's place. Dom and I met at the Drunken Monkey in Prague. Big shout outs to Will and the gang. The gang. Everyone I used to work with too. Heavens to Molly. Heavens to Molly, I love you. And amphetamines. Shout out to Tanner O'Crane from Tire Roasters Garage too. Just hosting a goofy attitude. But I met Dom. He was painting. Oh man. You had some despair, Dom, in the past. Sometimes you were very sad. It was not the most attractive. But then you're a fucking crazy artist.
And at some stage, we'll do a little shot of Jaeger.
You're mad. But I appreciate the Irish spirit.
At some stage.
We're
Ready. I think we're ready to go, Super Glue.
I'm already rolling.
Oh, really? Yeah.
It's already rolling. Luna, I'm glad you've taken me in as one of your own. I will follow you till death, and I support you and your actions. Dude, what? So, when you think to yourself, like, we better get some alcohol here, do you think that we're going to be in better talking shape with the alcohol, or we will be a higher representation of who we want to be? What do you think? Doesn't seem like a fuck yeah. We're looking for a fuck yeah.
Yeah. I mean, like, look, we're a little bit greased with the buckies, so yeah, why not go the whole hog?
What does it feel like when we get drunk like this? Or like we're not even there. We're not trying. Mom, I love you. I don't have a problem. His mom.
I love your mom as well.
His mom's not here, so we get to play.
Yeah.
And my mom's not here, so she's not extremely. Actually, she likes to drink a lot.
This is a really awkward start to a podcast.
It's exactly how it's supposed to be, man. Like, how would you start a podcast?
Hi, this is Dominic Browne on TGFJ morning, noon, and night. Today's bread today. I'd start like that.
Today's bread today. How did you get your voice? How'd you get your voice so low? Lot of sucking dick. Just kidding.
A lot of sucking dick, yeah. My mom's dick. Oh, Jesus. Can we start
days,
again? Yeah.
No, we're already here. How would you like to start it? Before, cheers. Thanks for having me. And
a pleasure to be a host.
You're a little sharper than I even remember you. I was saying before you were even here, like, sometimes at the Drunken Monkey, you were very, like, rowdy and maybe sad and, like, discouraged, and, like, through travel, we get maybe, like, fucking lonely, or you were going through a dark phase or something. at the start you were very cool, very energetic and loud, but then maybe you like really were just drinking and looking for fucking companions to get really wasted with, and then you'd be like maybe fucking crying at the bar, and then sorry if I'm putting you on the spot here, but
Holy shit.
but it's the truth,
This
bro.
is not what we agreed. I don't know. I mean, like, look, there certain points in throughout like various Prague trips. Yeah, sure, you can get kind of lonely and things might get a bit monotonous. You know, if you're drinking in the same place because you're painting there the whole time, it can get a bit, a bit salty.
I guess, but then like I don't know, it somehow it got you like isolated because the mood wasn't like, well, the Drunken Monkey is this fucking like, yo, let's party, we're all tourists kind of vibe, and like I want to have the utmost fun with my 25 euros that I spent for the tour or whatever. And then anyone who's a bit down, which we were like probably your more solid friends at the time there. And then you probably wanted someone to talk to, and then we're like, dude, we're just out here trying to party with these people. / also, I don't know how to handle this. I don't know very much about my emotions. I'm 20 years old.
Yeah, I think there's the thing. I mean, I'm 40, almost 48 now, so there's a considerable age gap.
Aye.
I don't think like I had the same pub crawl kind of shoes to lace up at that stage.
You'd already done pub crawls, man. You'd already
done them to death.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, of course, like I'd be more looking for like, you know, kind of drunken chats with people.
Yeah.
And, you know, you being a 20-year-old DJ full of kind of like get up and go, you were like, nah, I'm doing this, you know. What the fuck is this old guy trying to talk to me for? But yeah, no, I don't think there was ever kind of a sadness there. Like, you know, I think there was probably at some stage, some stages of the game, you kind of go, like, do I want to be here this long? And, you know, you fix that by just like booking a flight and heading off somewhere else, you know.
Aye. Yeah, no, there was some sadness at a time. But what I'm saying now is like looking you in the eyes and listening to you and calling you up, because this is we don't have too much of a relationship. We've messaged each other. We met probably 9 years ago then.
Yeah.
Then that's in Prague, Czech Republic. You were doing the paintings on the wall. You were finishing all the walls in the Drunken Monkey because old boy Will likes it. And yeah, your work's fucking original and gangsta and colorful and light enough and weird enough to be in a super drunk party bar too, but also detailed enough to be art.
And everything you said there applies to your music as well.
What?
Because you were at a point actually DJing while I was painting. And then
Yeah.
even though I'd stop, you'd continue on into the night. And I always liked the style. And as I was saying to you earlier on in the kitchen, like the tempo at which you set certain parts of your music and stuff like that, like is something that's palatable to me and my tastes.
Yeah, I was, to my knowledge, there was a movie being recorded by Joachim. He was shooting a shoot, and I was playing the role of being a DJ, but then we were just it was at the Drunken Monkey, so it was just going to be a regular night, but me DJing there, and you were there, and you were off to my right. You were right here. We made a pallet table. I don't think I was directly down the hall, like if that was the Drunken Monkey. I was right here, and then you were right here, and I was focused on you because I knew you were an artist, and I didn't really care about the young folks from like Germany and how they were reacting as much.
Right.
Yeah. And I was like, if this guy, he's sitting here fucking staring. So if I can impress this man who's seen more, or like if someone's analytically looking at you and then you have to impress them when they're analytically looking, like watching a movie, and you can, we're doing all right.
Yeah.
And I did try it.
You did fucking fantastic. Phenomenal work.
I was focused on you.
Yeah. Bobby.
Trucking
what are
in
you
some
doing?
classic rock with like some new at the time trap beats and making it. And then I needed to go to like into, I don't know, Beyonce or Rihanna because we were at the Drunken Monkey, and now there's like 70 people from all sorts of countries from 19 years old to like 27.
But what you were doing so well back then as a live DJ in the Drunken Monkey place is that you were taking something by like Queen and you were kind of like throwing that into your mixes in a really unconventional but fun way. And it felt like you were kind of like mashing different kind of like styles and putting beats in over it. And I do remember that. Now, I don't remember a lot from the Drunken Monkey. Hence the name, but I remember that. I remember kind of going, this guy is fucking deadly.
Dude, fridges full of beer to the peak of the glass wall. Like the beer's right behind it. Stacked Coca-Cola fridges, or they were, I don't know, Krušovice fridges or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, full. 2 of them. Absolutely packed. Get these beers cold because it's another night, and like those fridges would be we'd like run out of beer sometimes.
Yeah,
the whole fridge would be out of beer.
Yeah, I'm grateful for those years.
Nasty beers, by the way.
Nasty beers.
Yeah.
I mean, like the cheapest beers you can possibly drink. But I was fortunate enough to get like tasty beers, like kind of on the slice. Give you some Kozel and then some Jameson.
Tap beer. Maybe that you could buy at a point. I think they did in the early days when they're like a little bit more of a bar rather than the industry of serving just like copious amounts of cheap alcohol to get people wasted.
Yeah.
That was where they moved the direction. It was just easier to just get the cheap beer, fill that. Just you want a beer? Here you go. This is the free beer. Here you go.
Apparently now they have craft beer and all that, and they're kind of doing tours, and I haven't seen that part of it.
Yeah.
I called in like a couple of years ago with a friend of mine, Amy, and we just sat in for a little bit. It was kind of a familiar setting to be in for a couple of hours, but I'm forever grateful to Drunken Monkey and Will for kind of, having me bounce back year after year and put a bit more colour on their walls. Always adventure.
Yeah, I was wondering where you were going with that because it would have been a small part of your art career.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it was like an integral part because Will had visited a place in Vienna, which I had painted. I'd painted murals in a bar there called Travel Shack. And he had visited there and said, who's the guy who painted here? He heard some stories about me, and next thing I got a Facebook message. And that was it. I was kind of like saying, right, well, when I return from Savannah, I'll bust a move over to Prague.
Savannah was a person?
I was in Savannah.
I don't know where Savannah is.
I was in her. No, that's in the state Georgia.
Oh,
because we were talking about the country Georgia earlier on. So So the podcast is kind of going, why? What kind of useless details is he?
Georgia's a country and Savannah's a province in Georgia.
Yeah, yes. And I was in the girl Savannah. I was skiing into her while you were in fucking Canada. No, but it was an important part. The first Drunken Monkey kind of like launched a load of opportunities,
Aye.
To be a vagabond painter.
How did you first do your first mural? How did you sort that out? How did you get that gig?
I mean, the first mural I ever painted was when I was 7
at the Drunken Monkey. But we'll talk about that 7-year-old story too.
The first in the Drunken,
what was the deal you made with Will to then get all the deals? How did he know that you had the cojones?
Here's the thing. When I arrived, like there's a Drunken Monkey that exists now, presently, today, for the past, I'd say, decade or so. But the one that I went to paint was a different bar. It was the original Drunken Monkey, which has since been painted over and all that kind of jazz. But that had just suffered an electrical fire, and the place looked like a shitty, burnt-out factory when I got there. So my job was to like pimp out this whole big square building. And I suppose I just said, like, look, if you give me $4,000 and give me free drink, which is like all the spirits and all the beer. Yeah, €4,000 and like as much drink as I can possibly drink, for as long as it takes me, well then, you know, we're good. So we shook on that, and he was good on it, and I think I finished within 4 months. So I spent a while and a half having a drink there as well.
And that's talking about the new bar, right?
That's the old one.
Oh yeah.
Of course.
And
like,
then so he already knew you, and then I showed up in the new bar time.
in the new one, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Which is around, I don't even know what circa, 2014. I
Something like
turned
that, yeah.
21.
Yeah.
And I was also saying how we met. So we met there, and then we've been in touch through like our artistic pursuits, or like anytime maybe we'd see something neat, or Facebook would bring it up, something neat, we'd send each other the odd message.
Sure.
And I just remembered you as you on your own artistic path.
Yeah.
And then I guess you would see me on my artistic path, and you'd be
I
like,
remembered you as this guy crying at the bar because some girl called me Meatloaf. Some girl did actually call me Meatloaf one night there.
Why'd she do that?
She said, "You remind me of Meatloaf," and I said, "I hope you're talking about the food."
Who's Meatloaf? Not the food.
The fat guy, I will do everything.
Oh, that guy.
That dude.
I don't exactly even.
I'd
care
prefer
about
to
that
be
guy.
reminded of the sloppy fucking
Mom!
meatloaf.
The meatloaf.
Becky, whatever.
We want it now. The meatloaf.
Thomas, bring the meatloaf. Hot, hot.
Do you have a brother named Thomas?
Well, my brother's second name is Thomas. I mean, like this.
There you go. See?
Yeah.
I knew it.
Yeah.
I didn't even know.
It.
Yeah.
Yeah. The cloud.
I guessed it. Okay. Like I didn't know, but somehow
We all float down here.
my body said, the brother. It's the brother.
Hey, brother. This is a fucking podcast. Bit of Hulk Hogan.
Here you go. Here's the meatloaf you ordered, and it's vegan.
And it's Irish. It's got an attitude.
It's potatoes. Here you go. Here's the meatloaf. It's a tray of potatoes.
There's your Irish meatloaf.
It's
called
Irish.
Briight.
And then I haven't seen you in years. And then you just like,
I haven't seen you since 2013 or 14.
aye.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you've been knocking around Belfast for a little bit.
Yeah.
Super glue up north, causing trouble again.
Oh man, just being a cheapo is how I wrote it. I'm just like, I had an opportunity to house sit.
Yeah.
And when I don't have to pay rent, then I can not need to go to work as much, and then I can make more music.
Is that how you got came to Belfast to house it?
My grandfather's from Lisburn, which is right near Belfast.
Yeah.
So the story goes, or he died in Lisburn, but he's McCalden, and then friggin' Uncle Sam, so Sam Jr. went over and helped him through his death, and as he passed, coming from Canada, there's a house, so then he stayed there, and he rented some of it out, made more houses come from that, like either down payments or like, I don't understand, maybe some money from the rest of the family as an investment to then rent more houses. Like, then he got a place in Belfast, and then he passed in September. Turbo cancer from all the shots.
Oh shit! Sorry to hear that, dude.
Maybe. He also was a drug junkie for a bit of his life.
My kind of people.
My kind of blood. No, like I don't know, like a bit of a cheat. Was he fun? He was trying to make everything fun for himself, the most fun for himself. So he was a bit of a vortex.
Yeah.
It's funny how when people pass, though, you remember them as great or lovely.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, it's natural to kind of put someone on a bit of a pedestal after they pass.
Thomas Jefferson, or no, I don't even know what Thomas Jefferson did.
Uncle Sam.
Something Washington, George Washington.
Yeah,
Good people.
the best.
Die
I used to hang
hard.
out with them in Centra the whole time.
Sly,
Buying Bucky in Centra with Thomas Jefferson.
fucking slave.
Woo, the Bucky's working.
Slave drivers. It was a different time. I'm going to start pouring this wine into these shot glasses and just get wine all over this nice white.
Do you want to chance a Jägermeister
Chance it?
in the name of Drunken Monkey?
Yeah, so what do you know about Jägermeister and the Drunken Monkey?
I mean, I know a thing or two about a thing or two.
With alcohol.
Yeah.
The Irish seem to really drink, and if I fight it, it hurts.
Well, I think the thing is, I think Irish have a Hollywood reputation as drinkers, but in reality, like the Slovaks or the Czechs or Georgians or
Russians,
they're all much bigger drinkers. And it's just that the drinking culture here is very vibrant, which I love. I'm living here at the moment, sure, but like I've always loved returning to the pub
too, yeah.
Yeah, and returning to the pub culture of Ireland, and it's like traditional music in an Irish bar is second to none for me.
Undeniably, coming from Canada, it's where the most happening social times for me are in the Irish pubs, and it's so easy to talk to nearly anyone. Except for the girls sometimes get nervous because you're a guy talking to them. And you're like, hey, like, I'm not going to do anything unless you're cool, so we have to talk to see if you're cool. So let's talk.
Want to be on my podcast?
You want to be on my podcast? I like your accent.
Yeah, I like some butter.
No, but that's the majority of where I'm hanging out with people. Yeah, I'm going to pour some shots of Jager here, but
how like, just on the subject of loosely on the subject of podcast, like, when did you start doing this? When did you decide you were going to actually record a conversation with somebody?
5 years ago, I was something like that. 5 years ago, I was hanging out with some nice French girls, and I love them to this day. And when I would be hanging with them, I was just being really funny.
Yeah.
And they just loved, because I go on small journeys, kind of like I do with you. It depends on the people I'm with, I guess. But kind of like I do with you, or maybe my twin brother and some folks, I just start fucking ranting a story and turn it into a cartoon itself, and then I embody that cartoon and take it a direction.
Yeah.
I don't even understand. I wish I could give an example right now, but maybe I even do it just in my nature on the podcast or somewhere. And they're just like, dude, I would just listen to you. You're being so, like, this is crazy fun to listen to.
People love, like, a goofball. Yeah. It's fun being a living cartoon.
And just like, you're hanging out, someone asks a question, you make it into a pun, so now you've changed it into something else. The pun is something else, like sharpening steel with an iron, with steel. And then maybe it's like, well, I don't know, if you used iron, it would be a little softer. And it's like, well, a lot of girls are using ironing boards, aren't they? They're a bit soft. And now I'm just trying to, puns, moving it through, and then try to then start describing, like, the ironing board itself, turning the girl into being like, one day I'm going to be a surfer. This ironing board's going to turn into a surfboard, and I'm going to surf the biggest waves. They don't know me.
Becky, he's turning it into an ironing board. That's sexist.
And then talking to my dad, me and my dad, we have the wildest, like, government tyrannical kind of, like, observations of how maybe tyranny and power sources, like, trick the population.
Yeah.
Macro thinking, the well-being of the macro people.
Yeah.
Towns and ourselves and what we care about and things. And I get it from him, man. And then as the young may outgrow the old, I don't have as much experience as you, Dad, but
you get on with your dad?
Yes, I do.
Great.
Yeah, I love it. And
let's drink to our dads.
Aye. As
to the fathers.
I be you shooting it?
Yeah.
Aye.
Oh, mama.
It's Jägermeister, everybody. 56 ingredients in there, made by the Hunt Masters. Now, Jägermeister translates into Hunt Master.
56 types of blood.
But made by the Germans. I actually really like
German
it.
blood!
And in Prague, it would be like, to me, and it was all of Prague, when you bought someone a shot of Jaeger, or wanted to have a shot of Jaeger with someone, it was like, what is this drinking culture? But it is actually like more respectable or more loving suddenly than the Slivovice, which is like
Jesus, by
the
miles.
normal.
Yeah,
And it's
yeah,
just
yeah.
like, it's the 10 crown or 20 crown shot,
Yeah.
where Jaeger was 40 crowns, something like this.
Slivovitz is harsh. It's just tough to keep down. But yeah, there's definitely more of a kind of a warm culture around a German shot of Jaeger compared to, like, you know, bombing it with somebody else anywhere else. In, like, if you drink in Berlin and you drink a Jaeger, there's definitely a little bit more of a hug involved in how you drink it. It's not like, let's mix it with Red Bull and fucking like try to stay awake, you know?
Well, I think it's truly a more like heavy. Why? Because it's so dense with like so many herbs and shit. It's so like deeply flavorful. So that just brings on a more deep sensation. What are you on about?
I'm laughing at like, oh, how hypocritical I am, because I'd be like, oh, let's get a fucking drink and get fucked up, like, and I'm like, yeah, but like, there's the culture involved, you know. Everyone's kind of going, I've met that guy, and he's full of shit.
Dude, he loves Jägermeister.
He loves to get fucked up.
That guy really likes Jägermeister.
Get your ass over here and get fucked up.
But dude, just like the Jedi beats the Padawan or whatever, or sorry, like arises past the Padawan. Is the Padawan the guy who trains the Jedi?
No, the Padawan's the learner.
Okay, the Padawan gets beyond the master.
If he drinks so much Jägermeister?
No, I'm talking about me and my dad talking, and then
right.
we had a shot for our dads.
Oh, we skipped. Oh, right, okay.
But
I'm following you.
I would just shit just comes out of me that is like pure genius at a time. So we believe and so we think is amazing. Yeah, dirt off your shoulder, gonna kick back. And
they're
he's
crazy
like,
for this one,
you
right?
just got to record your voice, man. This is wild stuff. And all I do is like, not all I do, but it's the life journey and my own confidence from a life journey. Where right now I'm in a little bit of a lower vibrational time compared to like when I first started the journey, and I'm like, yes, I am heroic on this journey. Now I'm like, why did I do the journey? What is this?
But I think, like, you know, kind of you have to accept that there's going to be weird ebbs in any kind of journey, and I mean like creatively, or, you know, kind of geographically. Like you have to kind of accept, like, you know, there's going to be a lull, and that's what makes the high so much more high. I'm definitely not like, you know, kind of, I'm climbing at the moment, but I'm not in the lull that I was this time last year. That's for sure.
I guess we can't be chasing the past anyway.
No.
We can't reproduce what it's like to feel like to be a kid. That's not the way we get older. That's not the way we grow wiseness. That's not the way we become like elders and looked up to.
Well, for me, like, the past, like, to revisit would be more like, here's a few years ago where everything seemed to be aligned, and I was fucking truly happy, and you feel bulletproof when you're that happy. And trying to revisit that is kind of like, well, no one lives there anymore, so I can't, you know, kind of pine after that. So I'm trying to crawl forward.
When you say lives there anymore, do you mean yourself?
Yeah.
Or do you mean
I mean, it's just
visiting
it's just memories, you know. The people, like, you know, kind of in those photographs, like, you know, they're a million miles away doing something else. So yeah, I suppose it's just I'm a fierce one for being nostalgic when it comes to, like, you know, kind of something that, like, you know, if you are in a dark place, like winter can be, like, you know, kind of,
it's literally darker.
literally and figuratively darker. And it's sometimes nice to kind of, like, you know, kind of reflect upon something that, like, you know, kind of makes you feel happy and kind of, like, you know, lets a little bit of light into that winter, you know, to drive the cold away. But it's not good to kind of grasp onto it so tightly that, like, you're missing the present and kind of working towards climbing out of the sink, because it's too easy to, like, wash yourself away, you know?
Holy moly. Man, I zoned out getting so stoked on how this podcast stuff fits in a backpack, and like if I just got this charger, everything would work. It's pretty rude of me It's not how you have genuine conversations in the moment. But the gist of, and sometimes when people bring up like time related puns, not a pun, a play on word. You said climbing out of the sink.
Yeah.
So when you're at a low, and then for me, I started relating it to when I'm at a low, and then I relate it to the past, which I was warning and saying like the past doesn't exist and we can't have that. And I chase it a lot, like the feeling that I started with and the ambition that I started with.
Right.
And being hard on myself, maybe that it's what brings the low, being hard on myself because I'm imagining I'm not as excited as I used to be. So then I'm at the bottom of the sink. And then what did you say for getting out of that? Or like just accepting that it is dark and it's winter and then just being patient? Exactly.
History has told me that if I bide my time when there is a kind of a lull in the fireworks and the excitement and all that, like, you know, I can get there again. I just have to wait. Patience is a huge part of that. And I'm good at that. I'm good at kind of going, like, I know that this isn't going to last and it will turn around. Sometimes it takes a little bit longer than others. But I remember at the turn of the century, around the end of kind of 1999, I started to lose my mind and I went into like a weird fucking mad insanity kind of depression for like 5 years.
How old are you?
I was 23.
Okay.
Kind of going into it.
For 5 years?
For 5 years. Yeah.
What does that feel like, that insanity? How do we avoid going into that if someone's 22?
I mean, holy shit. Like, but what caused it was like a perfect storm. There was a whole load of things. If you pile them all on top of each other, this created like, you know, kind of a cocktail for a man to lose his mind. And that I did. Like, it was like a lot of it self-inflicted, too many drugs, all that kind of thing.
Oh,
like,
drugs
you know,
will get you.
There was some deaths of people that I knew and some family members, stuff like that, you know. But it basically got to a breaking point, and I snapped. And then, like, you know, kind of, I thought there was no way back for so long. And it took a while and a half to climb out of that one. But when I did, Jesus Christ, the feeling was unbelievable.
What does it feel like to crawl out of that? Or like, what? So after 5 years,
Yeah.
What made you crawl out of that?
Well, like, travel is one thing. To properly kind of travel. Another ingredient of it, believe it or not, was Český Krumlov, down near the Austrian border, the Czech town. And then reconnecting with an old friend of mine from California called Schlegs. So it was these things that kind of, spending a few months in Madrid teaching English, then heading to Český Krumlov and just going on the maddest fucking session for 3 months.
Český Krumlov is just near Prague, eh?
It's, south of Prague.
So you were in Prague at 23 and not feeling super hot?
No, I was
Sorry,
there.
this was now like 28.
The first time I was in Prague was 1999. Do you want to hear a weird story about the first time I was in Prague?
Definitely.
Okay. So the first time I was in Prague, I had just kind of been kicked out of Germany, in as much as I was working in a hostel near Alexanderplatz in Berlin, and I was basically the heaviest like drinking I've ever done in my life, where there was no soberness. There was waking up, boozing really heavily with tons of spirits until I fell asleep at like 6 a.m. and then woke up again at midday to
That's
start
the
again.
Dom I know.
Yeah.
Just kidding.
Pissing in his pants, pissing in other people's pants. No, but like, I they said to me at one stage, Dominic, so we really love you, but it is time for you to go. So tonight we are sending you to Prague on a bus. Okay, so we will pay off your beer tab. And yeah, because I never paid my beer tab in like 2 months, 3 months or whatever. I landed in Prague, met a friend of mine called Jason. The two of us went to a coffee shop, drinking some tea. Some dude rocked past me and he said, oh, Dominic, how are you? Do you want to go to the Roxy tonight? I can get you in on the guest list because you're on video. And I said, yeah, dude, I'm sorry, I don't really remember you. Who are you again? And he said, oh, you met me like about 2 months ago in Berlin at a techno party. And I said, yeah, okay. Still no idea who he was. We scored some pills, went into the Roxy, raving away, and then up on the screen was me at a techno party. Behind the DJ, projected, was me at a techno party in Berlin going, pulling faces and doing all these weird shit. Like, so it was weird. I was on pills in Prague, first night ever, watching myself in Berlin on pills.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Did anybody recognize you? Like,
no, but I did smoke a dude with Huey from Fun Loving Criminals.
I don't know what that is.
Me neither.
Fun Loving Criminals?
Whatever.
No, I don't know what it is.
No, it's a band, like, you know, Scooby Snacks, all that.
We're from a different generation, apparently.
We are. I'm old and fat and weird.
I think you maybe lost weight, but...
Jesus, no.
What?
Compared to when I was then?
Maybe in Prague?
I'm heavier. Yeah.
I don't understand it.
That's a very good puppy. Yes, you are.
Luna's actually behaving quite well.
Yeah, she's grand now.
Just messing with the mic volume, y'all. Don't even trip. I don't know, man. I think you've lost weight.
Thank you. I think you've put on height.
I have. I was hoping you'd said, I think you put on size. I certainly have put on some muscle since I started fucking calisthenics and...
Well, it was the shock of
it's
the
calisthenics,
height.
Actually.
Yeah.
Where I got fucking... I'll just keep talking about myself here.
But you're doing a lot of, like, I see you're, like, doing a lot of push-ups and kind of...
As soon as I rocked in, I don't even know what came over me. I think it was 2 coffees on the bus and doing nothing. And and then I was a bit cold. Yeah, because you're stationary for so long. Then it's cold outside. There's snow on the ground. Get to your house. I don't know what came over me. I'm like, I just feel I need to do push-ups. And so we're just catching up a bit. You're cooking. I'm just doing push-ups. You're like...
Yeah, I thought, like, you know, this is part of your kind of Zen routine was, like, you know...
It is, but I'm out of routine, but I just was... Yeah, it just had to be done for some reason.
Yeah.
I feel great on these Buckfast and Jägermeister and
That
wine.
fucking Bucky it's a lord of a drink.
Making my cheeks red.
Yeah.
I think you're getting a little... Actually,
I
it's
got a
the
bit rosy.
Jägermeister. Hold on. We didn't have red cheeks until we had the Jägermeister.
Right?
So, what's your lineage?
My lineage.
I guess we have the same lineage because I'm kind of Irish and English and German. But I'm just wondering if our lineages are the same because we came from the same place, then we ate the same things, so then our digestive system reacts to Jägermeister and makes our cheeks red. And so we're brothers.
Do you shart? Like, when's the last time you shit in the bed?
Oh, dude, last time I shit my pants? Not in the bed, no. Like, going to fart and then shart in the bed? Fucking ages. Ages.
About a year for me.
You're
sleeping in that same bed.
Ew.
Yeah, no.
I'm alright with it. I'm a pretty gross guy.
I know that, like, my dad was born in Birmingham, and I don't know beyond that. I mean, like, I've seen the family tree that he traced, and I didn't see anything like that went into Germany or Spain or anything like that. But I mean, like, I don't know. He only went back, like, you know, a couple of 100 years. I'd say if you traced it more. I've never done one of those DNA test thingies.
Neither have I. Scamp. They're getting your DNA. They're tracing your humankind to figure out how to make a DNA weapon.
We have the technology.
That's exactly the shit me and my dad talk about. It's not. He's not very conspiratorial. My dad, he'll just be like, yeah, everybody expects food. No one's growing any. I'm like, hey, you're right.
Let's grow ourselves a son.
We're gonna. Hey, he's not growing food either. He's not a permaculture farmer or anything.
What does your dad do?
He's a fucking mechanic, all right?
He's
he
a
works
fucking
on the
mechanic working on the cars.
Oh, your truck's not working? Let me just get that going so we can blow some more fumes up in the atmosphere there.
I've never met your dad, but that's a spot-on impersonation of him.
Fuck. He's a good guy. He used to just send me a picture. No, the phone's being used, but he got hit with a hockey puck.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, 2 days ago. And his...
Oh, fuck.
Yeah. You wear all the guard you can, shin pads, shoulders, pants, pretty much everything, but then there's cracks in between. Yeah. It's exactly where you're trying to strike your enemy with a sword in between their armor, like just a little crack, and a fucking puck went in and just cranked them. Happens about 3 times a year, if not a broken fucking bone.
Busted the shoulder?
No, the leg. The leg is well swollen. Oh my god. What's the...
Because they're like cannonballs.
If we deal with, let's talk about the weight of a bullet versus the weight of a hockey puck. And it's probably a bullet would weigh like 50 times less. And then how much slower is a hockey puck going? Really, maybe, you know, if you divide the bullet speed by 50 and then imagine how fast the bullet would be going. And then you imagine a slap shot going 100 kilometers an hour and then verse it to the bullet and the mass of the puck. You
and
can't
the amount
walk
of
right now.
Skin area that it would hit, and
It doesn't go through though, so then no muscles torn. It's a funny analogy, but anyway, he's just got a huge bruise, and he's just like made in Canada. Sent me a text like, oh fuck, and I told him because he's building a shop right now, and he told me to build a shop, which is a music studio. Okay. He's like, you kids need to get yourself a shop. Like, you guys need a place where you guys can hang and get in there for a couple weeks and drop everything and drink propane. Drink propane.
Because your dad is Chewbacca. Drink propane. Superman.
He's making a shop right now, and I just thought about his eyes because he's doing the lighting right now, and I'm like, dude, set up 2 systems of white light and orange or redder light for the nighttime and shit, like, or as you please, like, because his old shops would be like the big long fucking white bulbs,
okay,
and just like those
cowshed fucking lights.
No, like a Walmart or something. Just
those big dirty fucking
fluorescent
cunty
bulbs.
Things.
Yeah, and then those. They're pretty much the worst light there is. It makes you feel like you're worried. Office, like literally classic like office lighting or something.
Or in a fucking cow shed.
I don't... Oh, right.
Now, I love cows, but...
I've never been in a cow shed, so I didn't know.
Now, I've visited a few cow sheds in my time. Oh, Jesus Christ.
I didn't know whether or not what to say when you're like a cow shed.
They're only after me, Patagon.
Dude, I almost stopped at a Irish ice cream place before I came here because it just said Irish ice cream, and I'm like, dude, that's like, why is that so funny? I just thought like the dairy would be good, and I'm like, I should fucking score some of that dairy from Ireland and get it in my body.
Made from real bits of Irish cum. I'm not a smart man, Ginny, but I know what cum is.
Dirty.
It's a dirty podcast.
When you say ice cream, that can refer to cum. Yeah, it can in my mind.
Ask any rapper.
When you're eating a soft ice cream cone from McDonald's and it melts over your grandpa's fingers and it's dripping off of his fingers.
That's a little bit wrong, old McDonald. Holy shit.
Dude, if you think about it, think about your grandpa just blowing a load onto his own head. It looked It's exactly like
in
this,
his coffin.
the McDonald's soft ice cream dripping over his fingers, buddy. Holy shit.
I got a half
You
bar.
know where he's doing it, too? In the fucking cow barn.
Yeah.
We can't tell. Grandpa, you haven't been milking.
different visits to the cow barn when I
The
was
cows
your age.
milk themselves in this barn, Grandpa. That can't be cow. That can't be cow milk. Fuck.
Believe me, it is. Now drink up.
I can't. Oh, yeah. Dad's doing lighting. I just messaged him. That's why he sent me that fucking hockey puck photo.
And is that hat Canadian? The deer?
Actually, I think it's American, Oregon, and there's some mountains in Oregon too. I think it's a cool hat.
I aesthetically, I love Oregon. Favorite state.
Aesthetically,
Now I've been coast to coast, and I've seen a lot of beauty throughout, like the states.
what's
but
your least favorite state?
least favorite? I don't know about state, but I think my least favorite town would be Mobile, Alabama. I didn't like that at all. Thought
Mobile?
it was kind of gritty. Yeah,
Mobile, Alabama.
yeah.
What were you doing there?
Getting arrested? No. I I don't know. I was hanging out with a fella from New Orleans, and he had a house there. So we went from New Orleans from the French Quarter, which was amazing crack, as in like spelt that way, and then and then into Mobile, Alabama, and I was like, let's go back to fucking New Orleans after about a week there. So yeah,
Same way I feel in Johnstown, buddy.
Oh yeah,
This
Johnstown's got
Let's
great
get to
fucking.
Dublin, man. Just kidding. I don't
It's
know
like
where.
Colombia except colder.
I don't know where we'd
Oh,
stay.
it's no.
What? Hold on. Because there's a lot of cocaine here? Wait, or is Johnstown in Colombia as well? How did you reference Colombia?
What the fuck are you talking about?
What's going on?
Where did you get the fucking hat?
Welcome to the jungle. Na, 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 na. The hat.
Welcome to the bungle!
My brother found this in the garbage at
Oh,
a
Jesus.
music festival. Dude, the garbage, I got a speaker from the garbage at a music festival. You can go to a music festival and get everything you need for a music festival the next year.
And what, like, when you say, you told me earlier on you were doing a festival circuit last summer, where were you playing?
No, it was, I did do a festival circuit last summer, but I didn't have official gigs there.
Okay.
I didn't play at the Base Coast Festival, but I did play at the Shambhala, and that I played at just a market during the first day of the festival. There's no main stages open, so then there's just smaller stages.
Yeah.
And I volunteered
Like
for the
kind of
first time.
dance tents, that type of thing.
It's actually like a touchy subject because I want to play there pretty bad. Or it's like the very place where I got the root idea of wanting to make music good enough to make people feel the way they made me feel.
Oh, it's fucking good enough. I can tell you that, bud.
That's great. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's the goal. But then I don't know. I want to play there, but I know that once you just play somewhere or do something.
And were you doing
what's after that?
Glorilla or Super Glue or Briight or like?
In the last year?
Yeah.
So when I played at the Shambhala Festival, I just did all my own music. So what I do is I type, because Super Glue and Glorilla have glue in it.
Yeah.
So I just write glue on my search, and then all my stuff is there. Not many other tracks have even the title glue or any. Yeah, it doesn't have glue, but Super Glue and Glorilla is all there.
Yeah.
There's like 130 songs to choose from.
Yeah.
So then I just DJ like I would DJ forever. Like BPMs they're close to each other, and then I'm just like, well, I know these tunes inside and out.
Yeah.
Made them, and then I DJ like I do, trying to take clips, trying to sample them suddenly, loop effects, but they're my tunes.
Yeah.
So I just freestyle for the moment, but it's all my music. So if anyone likes any of it,
And
it's mine.
And are you like DJing through Ableton, or is that just for constructing tunes?
Just for constructing for me.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how would you like digitally mix them?
The mixing program that I used to use and always have used, except for when I use CDs with CDJs.
Yeah.
Serato.
Okay.
It's a program that uses control vinyls.
Yeah.
And then now they've adapted into mixers and into controllers.
Yeah.
So now I travel with a controller. I didn't bring mine. That was one thing I forgot. And my toothbrush. But I fucking...
Yeah. I was about to say your breath fucking stinks.
You can smell it from here.
Yeah. He's been here 2 hours. Your fucking breath smells. No,
It
that's no, it doesn't. No, but that's deadly. It's deadly. Like, you know, kind of that you can travel light, and also kind of, you know, technology now allows us to do wondrous things.
One thing I'll definitely say, though, the controller I'm traveling with, and when they're smaller, they put really bad sound cards into it.
Okay.
So the thing itself has to turn the computer signal, which is digital, into an analog signal, which is an electrical, just like the vibrations of electricity magnetically that make the sound in your headphones right now.
Okay.
That's a true electrical signal, where the computer signal is zeros and ones. Like when you hear music, and I hope I can describe this for every listener, when you hear an MP3, it's just a sequence of zeros and ones.
Yeah.
That then there's a sound card inside of your computer.
Yeah.
And the quality that you're ever going to be able to hear any song is based on the quality of the sound card in your computer.
Yeah.
To compute quickly the zeros and ones nearly instantaneously, or depending on the bit rate or whatever, into an electrical magnetic signal. So it's the quality of that sound card inside of your computer is the maximum quality that you will ever get out of the computer itself into your headphones.
Right.
And so inside of a DJ mixer, there's I'm calling it a sound card. Maybe it's a DC, AC DC converter, which is direct. No, it's not that. I'll call it a sound card. And it's because it's hooked up to the
card.
It's hooked up to a computer, and when you're making motions on your controller, it's all computer motions. It's all just being like, hey, slow this action, slows this track down. And then now the signal that we're going to send is this track slowed down, and then it goes through the sound card. Am I describing it kind of well?
I mean,
this
like,
is your headphones are an electrical signal.
Yeah, I'm
This
not a
is
tech
electric.
head, so I wouldn't know exactly, like, you know, kind of the ins and
This
outs.
has a sound card in it. This
Yeah.
is being a sound card.
Yeah.
Our voice is vibrating the air, which is vibrating these little speakers, which is then creating a magnetic current, which is electricity, some magnetic current or a vibration, magnetic vibration. And that electricity is then being read by the sound card on the other side. It's working in reverse. And what it's doing is it's compute. So how people design a sound card and why better sound cards, more expensive sound cards are better is because they do a better job reproducing the actual vibrations in the air, which create electricity, and turn it into a computer signal of zeros and ones.
Okay.
And then if it does a better job of creating a 0 and 1 shape, then later when we use that 0 and 1 code on another computer, guess what? You can record the best music you want in the world with a sweet sound card and get the best zeros and ones, but as soon as you play it on another computer,
it doesn't translate as well.
It'll only be as good as the sound card you use later as well.
Yeah.
So my advice, and my DJ mixer controller that I'm carrying with me, they put bad sound cards in them. So then I'm traveling light and it's cool, and I can actually just like set up with my computer plugged into the wall, and I have outputs, hook me up to a speaker system, let's go. People kind of don't notice, but energetically, man,
that's why
it's
I
really
was
fair to have a better sound card.
I was kind of
DJ mixer.
apologetic about the sound of the music that I was playing you from the laptop earlier on, just to show you the video cut that I had done on a tune. Like, the important thing at that stage was like, so you could see how the movie was cut to the song. But of course I'm going to say, like, the song sounded tinny as fuck, like, you know, kind of coming through the speaker of the laptop, you know. But yeah,
That's a physical issue.
Yeah.
So that's little tiny speakers can't
yeah, that's us.
give us the bass waves.
Yeah.
As big as even your great big chest and your lungs and our mouths. They're bigger speakers than.
Are you
the
calling me
speakers-
meatloaf?
I'm calling you a fat mouth. I don't understand what meatloaf is yet. I can't remember that reference.
Your big fat mouth and your big chest. Yeah, that's meatloaf.
It's crazy what we remember.
Yeah.
And how that's sunk into
Yeah,
your
how
memory
it cut
decently.
deep. I like another girl. She said to me,
How it fucking cut deep.
she said, "You remind me of Jack Black," and I was like, "Nah, you're thinking of Jack White." And she went, "No, Jack Black," and I went, "Let's settle for Jack Gray." I still didn't shift her, so didn't matter.
Who's Jack White? Or like, is this a pun that's supposed to be about you being white? Or
I'm racist. You don't know that?
Jack Black's white?
Yeah. Well,
You
Yeah.
do kind of look like Jack Black,
well,
sort
you
of.
know Jack White from the White Stripes.
No. Dude, you know things. I know things you don't know. And you know things I don't know.
I know things that you don't know.
And together, we don't know shit.
We don't know anything. Okay. Let's do another shot of Jägermonster. It's
yeah.
good to have you here, Colin
Let's do-
Gluclear.
Yeah, good. I try to be valuable for people. Try to.
Yeah. I mean, like, I see little video soundbite thingies that you put on Facebook every now and again. And it's always this deep, introspective kind of little kind of 2-minute talk on where you are mentally in the world. But you're also, like, you know, dodging all over the place. Like, you know, could be outside, like, you know, kind of some beach bar or something, somewhere.
Aye.
But you're but you're giving a little kind of a pep talk to yourself, I suppose.
Yeah.
About, like, you know, kind of like, I'm here and there's this, and I've seen the latest ones, of course, as well in Ireland, you know. I think it's fantastic that, like, you know, I mean, we're all navigating or trying to navigate, like, the labyrinth of our own minds. And it seems you're doing it in a kind of a, I don't want to say a hippie-ish way, but, like, you're doing it in a very kind of loving way for yourself. And then, like, you know, you're kind of putting out content that, like, you know, screams optimism, which I love. So I'll drink to that.
Hi. Thanks for having me.
No
Thanks
worries.
for the Jaeger.
Yeah.
Appreciate the masters.
What's your favorite toast ever, Colin Gluclear?
You mean like a speech?
Like, yeah, a little toast before you drink.
Oh, me and still my twin brother, we just like there's so many different versions of Nastrovia or Nastravi.
Nastravi.
I think there's other variations of but yeah, when my twin brother's just like, Nazdrovia, and it's just my twin brother who's this fucking Canadian guy says it, I'm just like, that's fucking hilarious. Nazdrovia.
Nastrovia piccio.
Yeah, because
Scorveni piccasita della piccio.
he's so fucking innocent. What was that?
That was shit fucking weather cunt in Czech.
Oh,
I
I
learned
thought it was
like
Italian.
I learned like a few little bits of like every language just to get me out of trouble with police. There was one morning we had stolen a bottle of a liter of Jameson. Me and my friend T-Bone.
Stolen?
Yeah, like
God.
we were high
Damn
on ecstasy, and he was able to reach through the bars of Traveller's Hostel bar. Like, it's the only time we ever stole from the place, and we paid them back. But at the time we were like really fucking high, and it was like going on 7 p.m. So we stole a bottle of Jameson, a liter, and proceeded to drink that like fish as we went into the square. And it was like dawn was breaking, and he was up on a bin in the square pretending to take a shit with his pants down. And I had written "fuck the police" on the dust on the window of the back of a cop car, and I was like humping the cop car like orgasmically. But then the cops arrived in their, black fucking riot gear, and they were like, what the fuck are you doing? Blah, blah, blah. And they were checking the bin for shit from T-Bones. And he was like shitting because like he was wanted by the police in a different country. So he didn't want to go to jail and for them to pull a file or whatever. Like, so I was like, umish plavat motilka? And that means, do you swim, butterfly? And they were like, motilka, so? They were like, what? And I said, idioti sotakilidi. That means idiots are people too. And like this age, they kind of like started to break the like stern exterior, you know?
Yeah, bro.
And then T-Bones was like, you know, kind of like nudging me to keep on going. So I said, Jesem irska krava, which means I'm an Irish cow. And I showed them my tattoo, pulled up my T-shirt, and I have a Frisian cow tattoo in my arm. And they were like, okay, drunkers, you go home. And so, like, this was it. It diffused the situation. Tebow ran off and jumped in the river and swam across the river and, like, ran home that way.
That's a bit overkill. Wasn't that overkill?
No, we were so fired up in whiskey and ecstasy.
Well, yeah, you don't... Oh, okay. I hope it felt good for him.
Yeah,
he didn't need to jump into the river at that point, I don't think.
I actually...
He was just stir shit crazy.
I was
scared, I mean.
I fucking like walked around the fucking town by myself for a good hour until people started looking at me weird. It's like, hey, I'm walking here. Then I was like, nah, time to retreat to the hostel, you know?
Dude. Okay, so I, during the pandemic, and I just wrote a small short film, like the best I could, of my idea of Trudeau was trying to get us to get vaccines to leave the country. And I was just thinking, that's super weird. But I was just volunteering for 5 months as well in the summer to protect some of the largest trees that were left on Vancouver Island.
Okay.
They're like, from here to the wall wide, like 2,000 years old. They could be, if not, like on average, like 400, 500 years old. Trees, the last of their kind in the time, and they're going to cut them down, make a monocrop forest for more people to make money. Didn't like that. And then I didn't like the pandemic, how that was being handled. And then they were telling me I had to get vaccinated. I'm like, fuck this country. So I hitchhiked through the States, all the way down to Mexico, bought and sold 3 motorcycles on Facebook Marketplace. Got myself to...
What? How?
Just Facebook Marketplace, show up, cash money.
You can circle back to that if you want, but continue. Like
I got to La Paz, so it had been now... I think I spent 3 months. I spent a solid month in... Oh, shit. That was La Paz. Where was... Oh, yeah. La Paz is near the top... Or... Oh, shit. No, Porto... Near Tijuana, there's a place in Mexico. I was there for a month. Totally forget the name of it. I'm sorry. But at the bottom of Baja California, 3 months later, La Paz, and I had learned some Spanish because I told myself I will.
Yeah.
And I'm by myself, and I'm wondering what I'm doing. If I abandon, I'm going to get into some beer. I won't have any more wine right now.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I got to start opening some of those.
More for me.
Give me some of this Buckfast.
Your big old meatloaf belly.
Don't like how hot our faces are looking right now.
Oh yeah, I feel a little bit rosy.
It's a fucking Jäger.
Yeah. No, I like
which is weird because I love Jäger.
There's a lot of caffeine in Bucky as well.
Yeah, it could be the residual down digestive phase of the Bucky.
Yeah.
Just so everyone knows, Buckfast, tonic wine sponsored podcast from Devon, England. God save the Queen. May she rest in peace. Red wine based aperitif, 99 point. High caffeine content, 30 milligrams per 100 milliliters.
Will shit your bed in about 2 hours.
That's not bad.
Yeah.
For caffeine, because like 100 milligrams would be a coffee. But dude, when you put it into a wine and it's not from a coffee bean, it's a little fucking different. And it's helping with this podcast, but
from the makers of podcasts.
So I learned 3 months of Spanish, and I know
in
French.
Mexico.
Sí, güey. Y a los policía, or sorry guys, I'm not very well practiced at the moment. It's the same with riding a bike. If you If you don't ride a bike, you forget. That's the saying. Everybody says it.
You fell off that Spanish bike a long time ago,
Yeah.
Colin.
See you, eh? No. So I just try to make homies, and fuck. My bike got a flat, so I took off the tire, walked, and this guy on a scooter saw me walking with a flat tire, picked me the fuck up, put me on the back of his scooter, no helmet, and a tire, drove me to the tire shop, drove me out to the bike, helped me with the tire. Fucking dope. And I'm living in La Paz. I'm going to the cafes in the day, producing music, and then I'm going to try to find club gigs at night. And I was just out drinking a beer on the street because, hey, man, I do it everywhere. But then that guy, he's driving by. He says, hey, and we stop on the street. I'm like, fucking yo. And he only speaks Spanish, and I'm able to have basic conversations with people. And having a chin wag, and then the fucking cops show up. Cool, man. That's scary as shit. Mexico, police, white guy drinking. They're coming to see me for the alcohol.
Especially one of those long hairs.
And I had just dealt with so many fucking police at the blockade.
Right.
So I was so comfortable and so confident. And I had fucking...
Oh, right. I thought you would have been, like, really wary, but you were chill.
I was on mushrooms and had a bag of mushrooms in my jacket.
Shit. But you were, like, super chilled and confident.
I was confident because I had dealt with so many police and I fucking hated them. And I felt like, well, say as you will, I just felt like they're kind of following directions a lot, where I feel like I'm following the direction of, like, Earth. This is all on mushrooms too. Like, I'm just like, these guys are weak, man.
Yeah.
I'm not the droid you're looking for. And then so there's two cops. One's definitely the there's a young cop and an older cop. And then they hassle me. They're like, beer. Like, you have a beer? I'm like, yeah, I'll fucking dump it out if it's a big problem, man. And they're like, nope. So they grabbed it from me and they put it on the back of their hood. Truck's right here. Back part. The step where the fucking tailgate comes down. And then they start hassling the friend, and I'm just like, no, like, sin problema con this guy, like, no problem with this guy. Don't touch him. Like, seriously.
In the native
Don't be
tongue.
dicks.
Yeah,
and I'm
yeah,
like,
yeah.
You guys are already being dicks. I know you are. And then they're like, put your hands on the fucking truck. I'm like, for what? And like, ¿por qué? Like,
¿Por qué?
What's up?
Exactly, yeah.
And they're like, fucking do it. And it's like, these are literally cops with guns. And if you make them have no power, you're probably going to get arrested.
Exactly. If you strip their power through, like, you know, intellectual conversation, it pisses them off. So you want to disarm them just slightly.
Yeah.
That's why I think, like, you know, if you can learn off some ridiculous shit that's funny,
Yeah.
you can kind of disarm the whole situation, not the cops.
So the mushrooms are right here on my chest.
Yeah.
No worries. Their hands are on the truck now, and yeah, they're taking everything out of my pockets. They fucking take the mushrooms out, and I will not exaggerate, and I don't want to lie, because it wasn't a full bag. This bag of mushrooms was dust at the bottom now,
Right.
because it had been crushed and had been traveling with me. There's a few flakes that are like a centimeter long of like old mushrooms, but they looked at it and they're like, that's like garbage or something.
Really?
Like, they just like piled it on top of the Mexican money that I had, which I'm like, don't fucking touch my money.
Yeah.
Like, who are you people? And I just they're like, okay, so let's go. You're going to go to jail. And
Really?
I was in such a mood, dude. I was like, I laughed. I said, let's go. You're going to take me to jail for having a
bag of dust?
Porque I can't remember what, like, estación de policía porque yo tienes cerveza, ándale, vámonos todo. Like, let's go then. Like, if
Okay.
you seriously want to take me, like, I don't give a fuck. Oh, you know what actually happened to me? I got my shit stolen from me the night before on a beach where a guy told me my shit would be safe. Whole tent was gone. So now I had no change of clothes, and I always have my backpack on with
Sure.
my computer, my passport, and my phone and stuff.
And that all got stolen?
No, because that's always on me. But
Okay,
everything
okay.
else. So I had my computer, passport. I had the good shit. Yeah, I'd rather fight for it than
Yeah.
leave it anywhere.
Yeah.
Unless, you had a hotel or something. But I wasn't paying for that. I was sleeping in hammocks and tents in Mexico, just saving money being a guy.
Yeah.
And something happened, man. But it was the words, and I just said, I've been here for a few weeks. He's a friend.
Yeah.
You guys are being dicks. So stop doing this.
Did they bring you to jail?
The old cop whispered to the young cop, and so the young cop was being very aggressive and being very forwardly exactly the way you'd want to be to get money out of a white guy
Oh, right.
for drinking beer.
'Cause
And I
you
knew
can do
exactly
that.
that's what they were doing.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah, you can. And
Yeah.
threaten them to go to jail. Yeah, bring me down there and fill out your information on why there's a guy in jail, and then see how this comes back to you. In history. Go for it, man.
Yeah.
Or just, I'll fucking do. Anyway.
Are you white?
Shit.
I've been waiting years to say that to you.
Just from the inside, both sides of my mouth.
Ladies
Just
and gentlemen.
peel this mask off.
Here we go. The
Nah,
reveal of the podcast.
the old guy whispered something to the young guy, and the guy said, "Grab my stuff." Grab the stuff off there, and then I just pocketed my money, mushrooms, phone, AirPods, and
And they never took the fucking mushies.
no. It's powder now at the bottom of the bag.
And they didn't think that, maybe this is some sort of scaggy fucking MDMA mixed with Coke powder.
No. It wasn't enough in the bag for the person to think it was more than just dirt, maybe. In a
Wow.
bag, a dirty plastic bag. And I was a dirty looking guy because I had ripped shorts. I was wearing shorts with long johns or leggings.
Yeah.
And my
Basically,
jacket was
you looked Canadian.
filthy. Hat, just a fucking Canadian, literally straight out of the blockade, dude. And a little bit of oil and grease and shit, maybe. I'm not showering too, just the
A
ocean.
little bit of dirt.
Yeah, dude. And then
Piggly.
I ended up fucking so I grabbed my shit, put it in my pocket, and the fucking young cop is giving my beer back. And then so I grab my beer, and then I'm like, oh my god. By the time I say oh my god and look for the other guy, he had already left because he ain't fucking with the police. He ain't having anything to do with it.
But knowing
Police are leaving, and I had the beer in my fucking hand. And the moral of the story is learn the language.
exactly, I was about to say, knowing the mother tongue
Yeah.
helped immensely there.
Where things got way lighter was I was like, dude, I live here because I said that because I did at the moment.
Yeah.
For the 3 weeks, and I knew him because he helped me fix my tire and reparar mi llanta para mi moto. Fixed my tire for my motorcycle. yeah.
I mean, we're not looking for points on grammar, but yeah, the learning a little bit. I don't know much Spanish, but I know that whenever they were can I Irish or too drunk, blah blah blah, in pubs when I was living in Madrid, I'd say, "Yo soy papel cuando mi cervezas mi espinacas," and they'd be like, "Okay," and pour me another beer. And that just means I'm Popeye when my beer's my spinach. So
What?
yeah.
I'm Popeye when my beer is my spinach.
Yes, soy papel cuando mi cerveza es mi espinacas.
Oh, okay, yeah, because Popeye's ripped. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're not saying I'm Popeye, beer is my spinach. You're saying I become Popeye when I have beer.
I'm basically saying something kind of stupid so that they laugh and then give me more alcohol.
Jesus, man. With all the alcohol
Like,
consumption, what?
or say something like loco como una cabra, crazy like a goat.
Why
Same thing.
do you drink alcohol?
Why?
Yes, sir.
Because it's a family tradition.
Right?
My mother's brother's roommate used to drink alcohol.
Mother's brother's roommate. Mother's brother's uncle. Your
Yeah.
uncle's roommate.
How are you enjoying the alcohol thus far, dude? Why do I drink? Okay. Now, no, denying. Like, I have an addictive personality, and I've loved, like, anything I'll get my hands on, I will actually do it to beyond excess.
What about that lamp? You don't seem to be making a lot of lamps or picking up lamps.
I fucking hate lamps.
Stop that lamp.
Stop judging me.
Fuck this lamp.
Am I
Dude, they're matching.
Yeah, they are, and I never realized that now. And like, by the way, for anyone who dares to actually watch this whole thing, how long did we take to set up this? Like,
Not that long, no, honestly, man. We've been talking
about
longer
like
than...
30 seconds. Yeah.
No, definitely a good... Time flies, actually, when you think you're working on something, and then time actually flies. You're like, oh shit, it's been 45 minutes. We've been adjusting the boom arms to move this boom arm to over there. Like, it was hard to fucking get them loose for some reason. It's like 2.5 minutes, 3 minutes to just move this fucking thing from over there to that. And like, that doesn't sound like a lot of time, does it?
But we were kind of thinking, like, kind of, should we close the curtains? No, we'll leave them open because this is kind of ornate. And, I think this should be like a perfectly framed podcast thingy. If you use the video version. Shout out to my boy, whoever my boy is.
I'm definitely...
my illegitimate son.
I thought about Will as soon as you said my boy. Small centrifugal. Centrifugal.
Yeah.
What was the first art gig that you got when you were 9?
9?
Well,
9.
Did you not say that? Are you white?
Have I showed you my my collection of Nazi memorabilia? 9. When I was about...
Did you have a shower
4?
you wanted to show me, asshole?
Yeah.
Hey, get in there. I'll just turn it on. I'll just shut the door behind you. Don't worry about it.
How's your stay at Domsgaff? Well, I woke up with a blood-soaked tissue hanging out of my ass, but other than that, really good chili con carne.
I reckon it was just ketchup.
Oregano.
Oregano.
Origami.
Origami. We should be folding origami right now.
We should. And saying nothing. That would be the podcast. When I was about 3 years old, I drew I drew Santa Claus and his reindeer on my friend's wallpaper in his room.
Aye.
But with markers, and the reindeer had like a dick and was pissing on the floor in a little puddle. And it was quite well done for a 3-year-old, and it was shitting out its arse in increments onto a shitty puddle on the floor.
Exactly what they do.
And yeah, you should know you're a rainbow. A rainbow.
You have a rainbow on your head, dude.
Origami.
Origami.
Arigato, Mr. Rapato. So, yeah, like the dad was like, fucking, you were gonna ruin my fucking wallpaper. So that terrified the shit out of me for about 4 years. And then I painted, like, Pluto from Mickey Mouse, Disney, that
the
dog.
dog.
I painted him and a terribly warped perspective version of his kennel. Not on purpose. I couldn't do it. But I tried it. And from there, I painted, like, kind of the opposite wall. But I did it with, I'd say, about, like, 7 or 8 different characters with asterisks and kind of like, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, all that. And then I did the whole room. So I'd say by the time I was about 11, I'd painted, like, about 8 murals in this same kind of room. And that was the playroom. In that room that you're not allowed in. It's upstairs in this labyrinth.
Aye.
You're not allowed up there. You're not allowed up north, Colin.
I won't go there.
You're not allowed.
I'm not a troublemaker.
I'll show you up north as long as you don't build a mortar bomb.
If you just tell me to however many boosters and vaccines you want me to do, I'll do them.
All you have to do is prepare yourself for a roller coaster of emotion.
When you when you go up there, are the paintings still there?
No.
Oh fuck!
Fuck your house.
They were gonna be so valuable.
Yeah, no.
To this story.
They're got a long time. But there's plenty of other little bits and bobs. You see that, like,
no
water. You see that waterfall painting?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, but my brother,
The only
while he
painting
was-
up here.
Yeah.
Sorry, just kidding. There's a few paintings here. There's one here. 2 more there.
There's that one. Those are done by like a hero of mine, Billy Browne.
Heterosexual.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the one of the birds.
You
Slow down.
You always wanted to be heterosexual.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Brown by name.
What's
Brown
going on
by
with
dick.
this fountain?
My brother was over in Thailand. I think it was his first visit, and he took a photo of a waterfall, and that was a painting I did of it. That was me attempting to kind of try and be normal in that 5-year period where I was
Normal.
mental. You know, right?
okay.
Between 2000 2005, I was desperately trying to be a normal person. But you know, what I really wanted to do was paint fucking weird, cartoony, trippy, wobbly things, you know. So I that was my one break in
How did you
sanity.
get so trippy and wobbly? Like,
I think being an acid junkie.
what, from 14?
No, nothing like that. I mean, like everyone else, I drank and smoked joints before I took a tab. But once I took a tab, I was more or less addicted to what I would call finger bread. Finger bread being, it's a nickname. We use, like, everyone gave nicknames to drugs when they were like young. So, like, you know, are you going for a pint, or are you going to buy a can would be, are you calling for Lenny? Are we doing finger bread would mean LSD. So yeah, I think like painting or drawing took an immediate left turn once I took acid. Everything changed. Everything in my mind changed. What me?
But so I guess, yeah, you'd been doing a lot of drugs. That was maybe what got you into the really wildly dark place from your 23 to 28 when you were trying to be normal doing that, which that's just fun and awesome.
It's fine, but I mean,
I like it. I like it's just literally yellow, white, blues, greens. It's beautiful, but it's not
not
groundbreaking.
me.
It's not explorative. It's
Yeah.
not. So when we push into making art that's pushing dimensions or pushing our sense, the realms of our senses.
Yeah.
So like if you made the depths of maybe the waterfall different or something like that, then what's happening is we're training our brains to be tricked, and we're training our brains to see in other ways, with other focuses, other lights, if we put a whole bunch of fractals into our stuff.
Yeah.
We're training our brain to be different than if we just keep everything super cooker cutty and make it like perfectly realistic with very realism angles and things that we see from our eyes. We're never going to experience changing or growing our aspects of what we could potentially see, or training ourselves to see different things.
Exactly. And
Maybe.
like, here's the thing with that. I was trying to do some pointillism. I was trying to like introduce something trippy, some sort of quality to this within the trees. And and make them all dots and stuff. I wanted to make something like, but like I was trying to be disciplined in what I was doing as well. But it was basically like, kind of, I was trying to tame myself and it wasn't working. I did that one thing and I kind of went, I fucking hate that. So I gave it to my ma.
Why? Okay. Why did you do something, air quotes, normal? Like, dude, that's not normal. People don't do that. Like, we're not normal. We never are. Everything we do isn't normal. Unless we, in our own souls, believe we're trying to do something normal, then we are doing normal. We are always different. We're always in a new place than anyone's ever been. We always think differently, and no one will ever create that painting again. That painting's sick because it's in a gold frame. And
yeah, no, look, I appreciate the compliment and all that, like, but it's not something that I would be terribly proud to show someone a photo of in comparison to other things. If I'm trying to promote myself in order to get a gig, in order to score like a mural gig with somebody, I'm not going to ever show them that, ever. Because it's just, to me, it's just something kind of generic, and it's not me compared to everything else that I've done,
What's really awesome about you is that when you show you then, and like more stuff that you're about, you're just shaping more probability of being able to do more of you when you show more of you. And if you just show that, well, you're in more probability of doing that. That's just how it is, man.
Sure.
Like, if I show classical music or hip-hop beats that are really basic to people, and then they like it, and then I'm like, that was actually a front. I'm going to fucking do what I like to do. And then they hate it. Like, why would we do that? We're not trying to lie to people. Yeah, just pursue art in our direction as best we can and show people the most part of you the best you can. This goes with relationships, too. Be you to the highest potential.
Excuse me, did you burp on the podcast?
And I didn't even
After
move.
one French fancy.
I didn't even move from the mic much.
No, look,
Why did we bring that painting up?
because it's
I asked
the
you about the
only one
goddamn
here.
poster that you did when you were 9 or something.
Yeah.
Because you were like way at the start of the podcast, you were trying to. I asked you your first gig that you got with Will, but then you misheard, and it was the first gig that you got, and then you're just like, dude, I got hired to do a painting when I was 9 years old.
But it wasn't that. I was painting upstairs in this house. Now the first gig I got that was paid was doing for a nearby golf club called Bodenstown, and I did a string of these posters in markers and pens, and I did a pencil drawing for each one, and I did loads of these things, and then I did commission pictures for them, and then that kind of taught me I can actually earn a bit of cash with this. Now it was only £5, and it was pounds at that stage before euros per poster, but it was amazing for me to think I can earn out of this, but the actual earning properly it only came about in about 2009, where I had been to movie college, and I had made a couple of short movies, and I'd directed a few music videos, and then I was thinking I like this, and I was teaching art for 3 years as well to a bunch of delinquents, which was a load of fun, but again, it was something where you go, this is great, and I'm really proud of my students, and they've all passed for 3 years, and but what ultimate satisfaction do you get from creating? None. So I decided, fuck it, I'll just take off and just do my thing, and that's when I went and started painting in a local music venue called the Lake Lounge, and then from there I purposely made it so every 3 or 4 foot, I would morph it into a different mural, just so as I could like take different photos of different areas of walls and make a portfolio to show people. So when I got to Vienna, I was able to kind of go, check out this is what I'm doing. Painted there, Will saw it, Drunken Monkey, and I kind of started this wave. And then I did like a bunch of years just kind of traveling around, and now I can say I've painted in Brisbane and Oregon and Madrid, and yeah.
What got you to Australia? Australia's far from Europe and here.
Yeah. Well,
What got you there? Did you take yourself there?
I mean, I went over there, like there was a low point in 2019 where my dad passed away, and I needed to travel. So I went over to an old friend of mine in Oregon, and the plan was like, you know, go to Oregon for 3 months, go to Australia for 3 months, and that'll kind of like more or less sort me out, which like I knew it would. But like just about like at the start of the pandemic, I landed in Melbourne, and a 3-month visa turned into 2 years there. So that kicked off like a creative.
What is it about you that makes... How do you know that you need to do traveling? Or like what makes... Some other people would say like, I gotta go on a vacation. Or
Yeah.
like, why did you know you needed to go travel?
Every time I've been in this kind of or a recognizable low point, since that time, like the first time I hit a low was kind of at that turn of the century. That's the first time I kind of felt like, oh shit, reality is fucking caved in, and I thought I knew my mind. I thought I was master of my mind. Now I'm being mastered of or by my mind, and I've no idea who I am, and it destroyed my ego and my confidence and everything like that. Up till that point, I was like surfing this wave, unstoppable. It crashed terribly, but then when I climbed up again in 2005, then I felt like, oh shit, I'm bulletproof now. If I can crawl back from hell, no one can fucking touch me. And it was true to a point. I had multiple kind of like people trying to pull the same shit that they did when I was down, because I'd be like, oh, I'd cower at like these attacks, but I'd kind of go, boom, no, here you go. Here's how I'm going to combat that. And it was always with comedy, because I'm funny as fuck, even though you don't believe it right now, Becky. So yeah.
I zoned out in the middle of that, and then I remembered. I asked, like, so traveling gives you the confidence?
Traveling is a massive
Like
part of it. Fixing me.
Your father passed, and then that made you know that you needed to travel. And then, like, for you to... Why did you decide Australia?
Well, I knew a friend of mine there called Robert Burke. The best dude.
Where was he from?
Kill, next town over. So we're in Johnstown, and the next town over is Kill.
Yeah.
And like,
Which is a crazy name.
Kill.
It's Kill.
It is just spelled the same way.
Killstown. Kill. The Kill. That's
So
a fucking nuts name.
I gave him.
Why would you do that? Why don't you just say change the name? Heal.
Like, my ma's in a choir called Kill Singers, and it sounds like a punk band. Kill Singers.
Yeah, it does. I saw it on the bus. It
Yeah.
said Kill, and I'm like, oh my god, like I want to take a picture, but then I'm like,
where does this dude live?
Take restraint from pulling out your phone
Like a fucking tourist.
like a fucking millennial.
Yeah, you didn't even take a photo of the chili con carne I cooked for you earlier.
Shoulda.
Yeah, you mustn't have tasted nice.
Oh my god, I nearly choked on my own saliva there for no reason, but I wanted to say, like, put a Hollywood filter on it or something. I literally don't know the filters. Dude, I really try to stay off any sort of repetitive, quick dopamine fixes from social media stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, photos and stuff. And then, recurring back to, like, videos. I took 3 videos today that I just thought were lightning and kind of the style of being loving and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I'll post them. But to me,
do you ever wrestle with, like, super glue with Colin Glue Clear, with Briight, with Glurilla? Like, is there ever any conflict in these different personas and what you do as an output?
That's a great question, but I kind of cut you off from talking about your best bud in Australia, and I guess if that was the reason why you went to Australia, like, because of that sweet mate, and then that traveling helps you because it helps confidence when you stay alive going through these other places, and then you did go to Australia because of that mate.
Yeah.
And
well, I mean, like, to put a cap on that then.
Please.
Because I'd love to, like, then circle back to, like, your different personas.
Quadruple persona bullshit.
Yeah. Well, okay. When I
why did you go to Australia?
First had that low. When I went off to Chesky Krumlov there in 2005, it helped me immensely. Would going to Madrid first and teaching there helped me immensely.
Yeah, not that painting.
Not that.
Yeah.
That was before that. That was a couple of years before that.
Yeah, I know the painting was.
Yeah.
It didn't help.
Nah.
As much.
Yeah. Like, I'm never going to look at that and kind of go, fuck yeah, I did that. I'll do that with many of.
Would you honestly do that with some of your best work?
Oh, and, like, I'll walk around Drunken Monkey masturbating furiously, looking at my stuff. Fuck yeah!
Are you really serious?
Oh yeah, I'll fling my muck at everything I've painted.
Ew, the muck.
It's scene.
It's more valuable than that. It's not just muck. It is brown though when it comes out.
Oh fuck! By name and by nature.
Okay, dude, I didn't masturbate for a month when I went to Europe when I was 19 because I thought, I'm going on my first Euro trip ever, 19 years old, and I went to Prague when I was 20, but 19, first Euro trip, and I was like, no, I have to sleep with someone, so no masturbating.
Okay.
Because I want to be cool. I want to, like, sleep with... Dude, there's a whole world out there, and you should try, and people should fucking try having sex with people from other places. It's an amazing fucking experience, but I didn't have sex with anyone for a full month. I was traveling for a month and a half, and then after a full month, I was like, I just really would love to masturbate, and I did. Man, that stuff came out slow. It was thick and more like a toffee caramel instead of a white. What's up with that, dude? I did.
Dang.
What's up with that? That's really weird because I did a month without masturbation during my tour.
Yeah,
and it didn't turn out to be a little bit fucking really. Maybe I saw it that way. It was like literally the color of that, but not the thickness. It was thicker.
So you came like.
It was a bit darker, dude.
Jesus, like, you better see a fucking mechanic.
No, it hasn't been ever like that since. And after that full month of not masturbating, then that sent me on that was when I was 19. It sent me on a thing of being like, dude, don't not masturbate. It's not good for you. But then there's something to be said
now. But don't masturbate
and
then it comes out like fucking like a dirty puddle.
I know, when I was 19, that's what I was saying. It scared me. I was like, whoa, man.
Terrifies me to hear about it.
And, it terrifies me to hear that, like, a handsome 19-year-old Canadian man doesn't hook up with anybody.
That this rusty fucking bucket, horrible,
literally
came out of your body.
Literally, like you'd put in a
and out of your dick too.
Steel bucket with steel nails, and it's been sitting in there, and it's coagulated.
It came out of my dick.
Yeah, it fucking did, and it was. Yeah. So then it made me think, like, that's actually really unhealthy. Like, when you do have the urge to masturbate, is like I'm not saying any advice to anybody. I'm saying this is what I believed and what I did.
Nothing,
And then-
like nothing told you to go to a GP.
And I've been like that since last year. And last year, I finally took a month off of masturbation for the purpose of trying it, because it had been 10 years or something. Since
Wow.
what?
I had no idea the podcast would go here. Okay, great.
Well, I'm glad I'm getting it off my chest.
Wow. That's
Fuck.
amazing.
There's not enough booze here to not talk about
Okay,
it.
hang on a second.
To not talk about it.
Let's pour ourselves.
You're crazy, man. Lucky I'm moderately sized so I can handle 3 shots of Jaeger in
Hang on,
an
there you
hour.
go. There's your one.
I'm splitting it with you.
Okay, let's split it.
You have been drinking more than me. I will split it with you. Okay, I'm having a half shot of Jaeger.
You just gave the dog nightmares. Old Yeller.
I did wake up the dog by doing that.
that
So all
booby.
that being said, I haven't seen any color like that since. But then also, it could be in my own mind, because I might have attacked myself so much that I had that thought. But I got so sidetracked from... I don't know if you finished the point about us.
No, I did. So circling back to that then.
To the master... To
No,
my
not the masturbation.
Okay, wait. You did finish... Okay, you went to Australia to... visit
Yeah,
the body
basically
too.
I was saying that like traveling is like essential for me to get over a bad time. Either like, you know, kind of like small little trips like I have been doing to Tbilisi.
What is it about traveling that makes that healing for you? And is it for everybody?
That's a great question.
Like, what is it particularly? And I'm wondering if it's everybody that needs this, or if it's a certain type.
Now I can only recommend it to everyone.
And I am like you.
Sure. So I'd imagine that maybe what I'm about to say might, like, you know, kind of resonate with you.
Sure.
For me, traveling, when it comes to repair, there's a certain amount of distraction involved. If you change your environment radically, there's this distraction where you don't have time to think about, like, you know, kind of the downside of where you were. The other thing is, when you're traveling, you're forced into situations where you're talking to strangers and you have to communicate in a much different way to how you might in your day-to-day life, or the routines you might have grown accustomed to back home, as it were. And that's what I love. And I love, like, you know, kind of having to say, how do you say thank you in this language? Or, you know, learning a little bit of etiquette, so like to get yourself through something, or experiencing a new dish, or seeing some new architecture. It's all part of the, like, this kind of like soul building experience where you kind of go, fuck, like, you know, kind of wherever I was and whatever kind of like funk I was in back there, it's not so bad when you kind of, like, you know, kind of surround yourself with something new, and you see the world in a different light. Now, it's not like you don't appreciate the terrible things that are going on in the world. It's not about that. It's all subjective, because you're just a human and you're allowed to feel shitty about, like, you know, kind of, you know, your mind failing, or your life failing, or, you know, your purpose failing. You're allowed kind of feel down about those things. But to repair yourself is to move and to see things from a different angle, or multiple different angles. Become, you know, multifaceted again, because you become stale if you stay in the same place. And that's why I think travel is really important.
It really emphasizes, like, I don't know if the color of your walls piss you off, or something did happen within your scene, and then you're within that same routine, and it would. Traveling is one way of then broadening the whole spectrum of everything you know and have ever felt and seen. So as soon as you said going to another place with different architecture, learning a little bit of the language, you're lit physically taking yourself out of whatever you were in before. Obviously, you're in a totally different place, but not only that, when you take yourself out of a place you've been, you go through a whole other trip and a whole other life, and you open the spectrum of so many other angles you are forced, because now you're in Bratislava, Slovakia, and it is unquestionably different from Prague. Still, it's kind of similar, but it is unquestionably different. Now you're there, and you have to look at your situation from the past from a new angle. But when you do, it looks different, because it just looks lighter.
Yeah.
Because your scope's bigger or something. Maybe your magnifying glass goes further away.
Yeah.
So everything that you knew, if it was just this circle before, and then when you go somewhere else, somewhere new,
Yeah.
drastically, you're zooming the magnifying glass out, and that thing becomes, maybe it's not even a magnifying glass, it's just a simple glass. Like, you're widening the spectrum of the glass itself, and then the water that was in there, the little bit that was tainted, there's more room.
Well, here's the thing. Like wherever you travel to, let's just say, like, you know, kind of Prague being a space that the two of us met in.
Yeah.
Like, you can go there and feel the same broad kind of horizon, and, you know, kind of, you can see new sunrises and everything there. But if you stay there a certain amount of time, like you said, like, you know, kind of, this glass gets smaller and smaller, and then it becomes time to travel from there. And it's not about, like, you know, kind of getting tired of the people or the places. It's actually about, like, you know, kind of a hunger for something new again, you know. And I think, like, it's kind of like a calendar. You feel like you've kind of hit your mark, and you've kind of said, okay, it's time to peel off that month or 2 months or 3 months. And
Sorry,
kind of,
what? In the calendar, say we're in Prague, and the spectrum and the scope's getting smaller and smaller. And I fully relate with that, but let's just say for anyone else, literally wherever you are and whatever pattern you're in, if you're staying in that pattern, the scope becomes smaller and smaller, and everything within that same pattern becomes more and more intense.
It does.
Yeah.
Of course it does.
But what was the analogy with the calendar?
Well, I was just saying, like, you know, kind of, this relates to, like, the number.
What's this? This is the time that you're in Prague? Or
Yeah,
this is...
this is your window, and, like, you know, kind of, you condense your months, and then it becomes this thing where you're peeling numbers off the wall, and by the end of it, you kind of go, it's time to, like, you know, kind of shoot on.
Fuck, I still don't get that. Let's just say, like, and can this be broad spectrumed into anyone in Memphis,
Of
anyone
course.
in fucking Vancouver, and
Not
they're
in
there.
Vancouver. I hate Canadians.
So you're in Vancouver. Let's just get you
I
affiliated with
fucking
how much you
hate
hate them.
Canadians. Yeah. Fucking
So you're
son of a
there,
bitch.
and then what you mean is, like, it feels like, because you may be trying to express something that's really visual for you, but actually it's not how I see things, or other people don't see things.
Of
But what you're
course.
saying is you're peeling each day because that's how you view your life, like in a calendar, and then you're peeling each day back, and that's effort? Or
No.
what's this calendar thing? Maybe it's going over my head.
What I mean is, within that, like, a bubble, within that magnifying glass, within that sphere,
Right. Okay.
it, like, you know,
And
kind
then it
of,
starts shrinking because we're wherever we are.
Yeah,
Say
because-
we're in Prague.
let's say you're in Prague, and you've kind of, like, existed in basically a bubble, by the end of like your stay, and you know the end of your stay is coming because you've kind of like you've set some goals for yourself and you wanted to achieve those, and those are done, or you've met the people you wanted to meet and you've kind of like, you know, partied with them a little bit, whatever it is. By the end of it, you feel like that the calendar is peeling a number off for yourself, and you're kind of saying, it's time to move on. Now, I've spent months and months without a return flight, or not a return flight, but a flight onto somewhere else, without knowing when I'm going to move. But like, you know, kind of, I don't know, the universe tells you when you're about to move. And it's this unnamed feeling where you kind of sit there and you stare at like the side of a cathedral, or you stare out at like part of a forest, or you stare at like, you know, kind of some stone steps, and you just kind of go, okay, I'll remember this, because like my environment is about to change radically now. I step inside this metal tube and I magically go to somewhere else. I just sit down, the door opens, and I step out into a different environment altogether, and you're in a different country. It's the beauty about travel. And then like you kind of bleach everything and start again, and it's wonderful.
You know what's crazy? With the scope, like, and you are doing with your hands, like it's a larger scope, and then as the time you have in the one spot, and then be it in Memphis or Vancouver or Prague, it gets kind of tighter and tighter. Where we started was we went there because we had a tight scope.
Yeah. And
then what happens is when you go somewhere, the scope, like, this is all an analogy and just an idea me and Dom are playing with right now with our hands. So you go somewhere and then the scope gets bigger. And when the scope gets tighter again in that new spot, say you just moved from Prague to Vancouver. You left Prague because your dad died in Prague. Sorry about dads that die. And then you go
Here's
to Vancouver.
the dads that die in Prague. We don't have enough book fast for that.
Ugh. Gross. No,
What about Uncle Sam and his melting ice cream, bitch?
if anyone saw me right now on the podcast, I'm just holding my hands in a circle being like, what is this circle I'm making?
He wants to be my
Dude,
friend.
it was small and it becomes tight and there's a lot of fucking tension. But then when you go to Vancouver from Prague because your dad died, it grows again and then it gets tight again in Vancouver because the tightness of that very space itself, maybe the, dude, it's sick, it's awesome, boom, you arrive. Things grow and it's amazing because I can buy marijuana here at the store. People are multicultural. There's mountains right there and the ocean is right here. And it's a mix of sun and clouds and it's not super cold, etc. Then when you're there, so you've just grown all that, but you still had this part. That was the small part. That partly of your large part of your dad dying in Prague. And then things all shrink again and get tight. And you're like, dude, I'm fucking actually don't give a fuck about about legal marijuana. And the ski hill isn't even that fucking snowy. It's hard to get away to the mountains because fucking money's tight. And, oh, fuck, Vancouver's really fucking squeezing me in. And then things get tight again.
I got a question for you, Colin.
Loose butthole.
Every single night. No, I got a question for you.
Got a couple questions for you.
Okay. A, does this handkerchief smell like chloroform? No.
Can't smell it. I can't smell it. Anything. Chip, 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 chip.
No, I did have a fucking question, and it was
Hey,
fucking good.
do you have
as
to
well.
go to the bathroom? Because I have to go to the bathroom.
Do you want to take a shit?
No, just pee. But
Okay, I'm gonna do beatbox until you get back.
all right, sweet.
All right. So I found this, as in
Who is it?
it's sweat from
Tastes like Bigfoot's dick.
tastes like Vladimir Putin's sweat. So
What do you mean?
it is this horrid shit. Like, I actually offered this to my friend Mike over in Tbilisi. I said, "Hey,
Never heard
you
of
want
him.
this?" And he got, "I'm not drinking that shit." So I was like, "Okay, well, I'll keep it." So do you want to taste this?
You son of a bitch.
It's probably horrid. Now, I'm breaking the seal for us here, Colin.
Sure. Yeah. I'm like,
Yeah.
I'm in a pretty good state. Dude, I was just saying when you weren't here, man, like it feels so good to be caffeinated and stimulated.
From the Bucky?
It's probably the Bucky. Yeah. And maybe a bit of the Jaeger. Like a mix of, this is giving me the minerals I need to make the actual connections. This is giving me the energy. And then the sugar.
The energy I need.
The sugar is... Wait, the sugar's the
Don't call
energy,
me sugar.
the caffeine is the potential, and the minerals are the literal bridge-making materials. And then when you're in it, holy shit, does it feel good. But man, when it dies, I became lost of words, and I couldn't explain. What does it feel like when you fucking run out of tea? You know what I mean? Or when you have a whole bottle of Buckfast and you're done? Dude, because it makes you feel a certain way, but when you're done... and you can't build bridges anymore in your brain, it's because it feels amazing being able to sculpt bridges, and you feel like they're good bridges because the alcohol is there too.
But I've never felt that way on booze. Are you catching me here? Hang on a second.
I think so.
Okay.
Just that mic is we just don't want it to make no. But so I have it a little bit off to the side, but if it's directionally there for you, it'll.
How am I here? Good.
I feel like you're pretty sweet, and I like it close to you, but I have a hard time speaking to it. And you'll hear, when it's fucking.
Oh, when it's popping.
Yeah.
P's and B's.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah, you hear it. I know you do, but it's a challenging.
So dumb. Like, how long have you been Irish?
When did you become so skinny? Do we have anybody we have to thank?
Why are you so tall?
Okay, dude. So lately as well, I've been trying to.
We can thank
not even lately.
Mike in Tbilisi for not accepting that gift. He came with no fucking way.
Yeah, dude. What even is this?
I think it's the most horrid shit that Georgia has to offer.
Oh, yeah, Georgia, the country, not the state.
Not the woman. So, like, this is basically
So we get in a hotel
the
after
moon,
this?
the moon.
What are we doing?
The moonshine Slivovitsa. Like, yeah. If we both get the horn, we can rent a motel now after this. Just a tiny taste.
I can hear a bit of room echo. No, undoubtedly we should be able to hear some room echo because we are in a room, guys.
Just a little bit.
What else would you want us to be in?
A cardboard box filled with
A
tarantulas.
car moving at 100 kilometers an hour. Holy shit.
A car filled with tarantulas. Robotic.
Tarantula and a Zanzina.
Robotic crab.
Tarantula.
Twisting a jar of space.
Zanzina.
Venus flytraps the size of cars, ripping off your face that I love so much, baby.
There you are.
Monkey say, monkey do.
Okay, sure. Just like
Okay, go on.
Like, sorry, I'm making these weird noises when I sample this.
Is it okay?
Okay, so what we're gonna do actually? It tastes like a wheat product. It's like very cheaply made wheat product alcohol, which tastes like vodka, right? But it's not vodka. It's from a grain.
Yeah, it's a really shitty schnapps.
So what we want to do? Like, can you hear like? Bring this
Do you want
up.
to swap back?
No, fuck no. Oh, Jesus.
There goes the neighborhood.
No, what I love about, you know what, I could be tripping because these headphones are different and I've been used to those headphones.
Yeah.
So then oh no, this is sounding better.
There's way more clarity here. These are like crystal
This
clear.
is the way to be, right here. Do you hear how this fucking and then you get bass and stuff, but when you start getting off, you start hearing like room noise and less bass, but when you start getting in, you get this like mid-tone. Not that close though, but okay, so that's the sound of me pounding your.
That's the sound of my imagination kicking into high gear.
Jesus Christ! I never
I
thought.
promised you I'd never kick my imagination into high gear.
I never thought I'd be a hostage in such a fucking filthy situation.
There's only two mad people here, and he's both of them.
Why do we feel? Okay, so this is some of the most fun I've had on a podcast, and like, okay,
Is it anything got to do with the amount of drink? By the way, you haven't tasted any of my friends' Crouching Cider Hidden Flagon.
No, I haven't.
I'm just gonna test if this
Can
one.
you please put it in this wine glass? Actually,
I could. Now I'm just gonna
is it gonna
test
be
it.
blinding?
If it might be a little bit flat because I was drinking it last
I'm
night.
gonna rinse the wine out of my cup with this mad stuff. I'm gonna just show the camera this stuff just so they can read it.
The poison.
Yeah, it's very from a different country.
Yeah, it's very very from like kind of a spar that shouldn't exist.
Oh shit, dude! I
Like
thought you were
an illegitimate spar.
I thought you were about to say.
There's a
Dude,
spar.
there's a place in Canada.
man.
I was just talking to this fucking. I had some people over last night in Belfast. There's a hot tub. It's one way to make friends, and I had these people over, and one of them was in fucking Canada recently, and there's a place called Okanagan in Canada, and what he said is the Okanagan. He's like, yo, the Okanagan area, and I thought you were gonna say that, so it made me think of that. Yeah, but it's the Okanagan, and then he just read it. He's like, yeah, have you been to the Okanagan?
I don't understand any of like the last 3 minutes of what you said.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
No, the reason I said it is because, Irish would then say like,
When tune in after the break when good podcasts go bad. When a diseased pack of monkeys terrorize a neighborhood. Okay, so let's do a proper shot once and for all.
what do you mean?
I have no idea.
Okay, wait, are you now intoxicated and then getting out of control?
Of course. Now,
Okay, you obviously have been drinking faster than me, but then that's the thing about being.
But here's the thing,
Drunk.
Colin. I did you the service of beginning to drink when you landed.
Slipping a benzodiazepine into my drink, then making me feel as drunk as you, so you could drink more, and then I could be more fucked up and think I need to.
That's what I'm going to do tomorrow. No, but I did.
You have benzos?
Shit, I don't even know what a benzo is.
I don't even know either, dude.
Well, I'm going to get some.
Benzodiazepine or something.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
I'm me and benzodiazepine and Freddie and Scooby. We're all going to like party together.
Do you have any psychedelics?
Jesus.
You're thinking hard about this.
No,
it makes me feel like you don't.
I might have like a half a finger bread. But
We should maybe eat that.
really, do you think so?
Not now. No, some other time.
All right, okay. Because
But,
if we actually ate finger bread during the podcast, it might turn into something completely haywire where it's not even recording.
Well-
I'd get the guitar and I'd be like, yeah, I'm kind of like, hey, check out my new, yeah.
I think that already alcohol makes it even more haywire, but it's obviously it's an alcohol haywire. Whereas, when you've never done obviously you don't know this. But when you've never done LSD and then
I do. I know that from when I was 18.
When I can actually, because I've done LSD, I know when people are haywire on LSD.
Sure.
But when you've never done LSD and you'd be watching a podcast and you didn't know, and then you'd be trying to follow the thought pattern, because you take everything so literally and you can't figure out that there's another sensual kind of layer to the very beings that makes them go from one subject to another, and you're following them and you're like, they're being kind of weird, or like they were just a little bit like kind of funny, but they had some really solid points about emotion and or like whatever the fuck. Whereas I'm like, no, those guys are on LSD, the way they're communicating together.
Like I don't think that maybe recordings are like, I saw one guy who like a YouTube thing where some guy tried to do a stand-up comedy act on LSD. And
Was that Duncan Trussell?
I don't know who it was, but I remember watching it and I remember kind of going, I can empathize with him. Like, I can see what's happening, but oh my God, kind of like a trip is not for the stage. A trip is kind of meant to be something where you're, soaking in the world, not trying to project out to it,
Dude, you never tried to project out in the world. Hey, you finished the podcast? You're supposed to split it.
Shit, sorry, man. You can have some of my Crouching Cider Hidden Flagon.
I'm fully kidding. It's okay. You never on LSD tried to project your drawings? Like, what the fuck are you saying?
Have
Are you
I
being
ever
hypocritical?
Have I ever tried to be like the center of attention, like a big show while I was tripping? Sure. Yeah. When I was
It's hard.
No.
It's hard for me.
It's fucking easy when you're
DJ.
younger. When you're younger and you're bulletproof, shit. I take off my sideburn and put it in my mouth. Take off my eyes and put it in my mouth. Take off my mouth and I put it in my mouth. I could be any kind of kind of weird I wanted to when I was an acid junkie in the 90s. Anything I wanted. I used to be so confident with tripping that I used to sit in the sitting room with my parents while they're watching TV and I'd be full on tripping. Like, wake up in the morning, take acid with no agenda and just kind of being in the house, or I'd tear off on my motorcycle, or I'd go to work, whatever. Like, I was tripping all the time, everywhere, and I loved it. When nothing can faze you, it's an amazing thing. But when you keep on putting all of these chemicals into your system, eventually you're going to be like A, B, C, D, gentlemen, P, Q, R, S, T, gentlemen, P.
To put it in layman's terms. Yeah, for the simple folk to understand.
Just so Canadians can understand.
I was thinking, I brought up earlier, like, when I watch people get haywire, because I think we're getting a bit haywire, but when we watch people get haywire on LSD, like, I can notice that thought pattern because I've been on that thought pattern. Yeah, whatever I'm saying with that. But, so the way you just described, dude, in the past, and when you bring up, was it you that just brought up, like, no, maybe it was Bruce or my twin brother. Oh, it was my twin brother. He visited Bruce without me there. It was 2 years later. My twin brother shows up and like, dude,
2
you
years
just have
after
to
you
hit up.
interviewed Bruce?
No, lived in Prague with him.
Okay.
Yeah, something like
Yeah.
that. Maybe it was even fucking 4 years. And then Bruce had a friend, and that friend showed up near the end of the time that he said, I showed up near the end of your brother's reign at the Drunken Monkey. And then that speech is implying there was some sort of like some sort of thing that I did there whilst I was there. There's some sort of energy, or like, this is the way I took it. And then when I was there, dude, I was so fucking confident because I had this DJ thing going and I was good at it and I liked it, and it's always been something that I've been riding on because I was doing it since I was 14. So then by the time I'm 21, I'm far beyond the people who started ever when they were 18 or even 20, whatever.
Yeah.
And it's funny when you forget what you're talking about. The reign of me on the track in Prague. Oh, and LSD.
Yeah.
Dude, I would take LSD and go with my own pleasure on the bar crawl. And since I've been doing LSD in the past, within like being 25 to 30 now, or like 23 to 30, it gets so much more uncomfortable. This is just reassuring the fact of what you were saying, doing LSD with your mom right there.
Yeah.
Dude, I would do LSD on the bar crawl, and I was under this fucking mad confidence and so cool thinking that
Bulletproof.
dude, people on the bar crawl who were getting fucked up,
Yeah.
including girls, would come magnetically to me, being like, who the fuck are you?
Yeah.
What are you up to? And I was only just trying to be
Yourself.
doing something that was also fucking, I knew was wild.
Yeah.
But I was so confident that I could handle it.
Yeah.
So not so I thought. I was handling it. Whereas now, that just sounds super fucking uncomfortable to be a part of a group and not even have any purpose there. Apparently, like I would just do it.
I would never see it as that. I would never see it as you didn't have a purpose there. I would see it as you were there, like, to experience it in a state where you hadn't before, and like people gravitate towards that because I think there's a comfort. There's something like, you know, kind of, if you exude this state of placid being, people are going to actually say like, hey man, have you got any acid? And I've been asked that like 12 million times, and every time I say no, I'm fucking Patrick Swayze, go away from me, look at my shoelaces, want to fight?
What? That's just not what happened with I don't believe it was like that for me.
No,
It
was only like that for Patrick Swayze.
I'm just saying that I don't have the confidence I did to do LSD in groups, and not even I would just fuck with, like, I was so open to anything happening that I would fuck with the opportunity of anything happening. So I would go unworking on the bar. I'm not working. I'm just dropping in to be like, I'm fucking balls deep in a tab of acid right now. Like, I would just go to be like, yep, here we go. Like, I know this is weird. And like, yeah, I'll see what beer tastes like now and stuff. And just be like,
I know.
let's go on the dance. And then I'm like, yeah, dude, dance floor is fucking mental right now. And like, yep, I'm all good. I'm just gonna stand right here because I'm fucking on LSD. And
I'm gonna
meant
stand
to
here
be.
because there's no way this ship's gonna sink if I'm here.
In a way, it was like, I'm here because I'm meant to be. And then now it's like, I don't even know if I should have done that. Like, I don't know if I should be on this LSD right here. I should maybe be doing something else. Where when I was younger.
Have you ever had like some sort of horrendous psychedelic or psychotropic experience where you kind of went, oh shit, I'm sworn off everything hallucinogenically based, or have you ever kind of went, no, that's the end of it for me?
Are you a cop?
The fuck are you, the cops?
Okay.
Soy papel cuando me cervezas me penagel.
Okay, tell me, I was so excited to say the "Are you a cop?" joke that I kind of got distracted. But your question was,
So have you
have
ever
I freaked the fuck out on a psychedelic trip?
Yeah, I suppose. Have you ever, like, you know, been on a have you ever been on a psychedelic experience where it went so bad that you said, fuck it, my mind cannot take another trip?
Yeah, okay, well, first one is, and you know, I've only ever taken a tab and a half of acid at one time, where I talked to a lot of people and they've taken like 3s, 5s, 7s, 10s, sometimes like 12s and shit like that. Like, I've been around people who just, that's what they do. And man, it's wild that they're all good in a way. They're certainly different and cool. That's why I like them. But I took a tab and a half, and a tab can have 200 mics to 50 mics, whatever. And when back in the day when you didn't even talk about mics, micrograms of what like the LSD, I think is what that's referring to. You would just be like, that's some strong. You wouldn't even say strong. You'd say that's some good acid right there, man. So make sure you take a half. But what's happening is maybe it's the mics, or it's the fucking quality of how it was made and stuff. But anyway, it was some good acid, and I took a tab and a half with my partner after I drove across Canada, and I was in Montreal, and I carried probably 5 tabs with me across, and I got it from a guy, and it was very good and strong because me and my partner only did a tab and went and watched Finding Nemo and had a fucking densely strong, little bit stressful time within our hometown, just being just barely just with one tab. So anyway, I was like, yeah, I'm a bit of a G, and I'll show these people, and they should have all half tabs each. I was being a bit of a wizard, and I was stoked on LSD. When you take small doses and everything's comfortable and things are pretty cool, when you shape or push your consciousness in a new place.
Sure.
I'm open to it. I think people should. But, yep. So I was like, yeah, guys, you've never done LSD? Like, we should all do some. And it'd be cool. And it'll be 12 hours and we'll have a good time. And there's this show happening. Sweet. We'll take acid and then we'll come back and we'll just fucking listen to music and stuff. But I took a tab and a half, and I was on the way back from the show, which was Pique-Nique Électronique, which is electronic picnic, which was outside. Then we're going back to these people's houses. Totally. The Funk Hunters were playing, which is they're from so like kind of funky music. Yeah. And dude, the fucking darkness was not darkness. It was full color. Everything was like all air and all anything Excellent. That wasn't light, that wasn't something, was full color and shit. Yeah. I couldn't see. I couldn't see because it was dark, but everyone else was having a fine time navigating, apparently. They were all ahead of me and shit. I'm trapped in like literally fractals. And I'm like, guys, I can't.
Love it.
I can't. Everything, like, it's just this caked web over my eyes because it's dark outside. And then I could see a street light, and I could see street lights in the distance. They're all real. But everything that's darkness from the street light other than that is just thick fractals. And I can't see anything past them. I can't see anybody. I can't see anything. Can't see any bushes. Can't see the path. Like, Jesus Christ. Guys, where are we at? And then later on that night, we're all chilling. We're skateboarding. We're doing wheelies on bikes. We're walking around the city, and everyone there's 3 guys who'd never done acid before. They're French Canadian, and my partner was there. But I am maybe the most experienced and most confident, and got everyone to kind of do it in a way. But I'm at that time fucking tripping harder than I ever had, and it's not the hardest I've ever had a psychedelic trip to this day. But at the time, it was very, very stressful, and all these folks. Oh, the game changer and what was really uncomprehendable and hard to describe was stopping them from driving. Yeah, dude. So that was the game changer for the hardest part of the trip. So we walked from Picnic Electronic to this guy's house, and we all wanted to go to where the car was parked and where we started the night. But they're like, yeah, dude, we can do wheelies on bikes, and I can do a kickflip on the skateboard. So why don't we drive to the house? It's fine. It's just down the street. And I was just like,
We are all sorts of level of stunts.
and I was freaking out, man. I was on a tab and a half, and it was a lot for me. And I was just like, dude, I think the rules are you shouldn't. You just shouldn't. Like, it's not worth it. We can walk there. We can skateboard there. We can BMX there. We're literally doing that right now. You guys shouldn't. And I know it's your first time.
80s Hollywood movie there.
They were proving by doing wheelies and proving by doing kickflips to try to convince me that they could drive.
Yeah.
Which, that's legit. You can do a kickflip. You can wheelie. Cool. But if you get behind a vehicle and a fucking light shifts a certain way and it trips you out a little bit and then you have a weird reaction, you can get into a car accident.
Sure.
That's just where my thinking was. But then these guys wanted to go and they're like, bro, you're being all... And I'm like, dude, I'm like this weird curator of this thing, but I'm actually rejecting these people from doing things. And it was very, very stressful from the point I couldn't see to all the way to them trying to get driving. And then from then on, there was this awkwardness the whole night because I had stopped them from driving.
Sure.
And I was tripping balls. And they're like...
Because you were
"Dude."
like the good little Christian stopping us from driving.
But I was actually experimenting with new depths of being like, dude, no, I'll take a tab and a half because I feel pretty fucking good. Like, instead
Doesn't
of just
matter.
the tab.
You were sent there by Jesus.
Yeah, that's one time where I felt super stressed out from psychedelic trips. There's a few other
In
fucking experiences
1997, we, me and my mates, we went to this like joke shop, and we bought these glasses, these cardboard glasses, and if you look at like a source of light, it bursted into like a star.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, one of those, you know, those thingies.
I certainly do. I don't know if people do. Could anything be like it? If you've ever seen the Pink Floyd album, I forget the name of it, but it's a prism. And what happens is light goes through it, and then a rainbow comes on the other side.
Exactly, yeah.
So you're wearing these lenses, so every single light source literally fractals into rainbows.
Into rainbows.
Yeah, every direct light source will turn into rainbows to your eyes, and that's what those are.
Yeah. So we were there in 1997 in Florida, and we'd all bought like a pair of these glasses each, and we'd put them on, and we were on LSD and smoking a lot of weed and drinking a lot of booze, and we were driving across.
You guys just got fucked.
You
guys got fucked in the past, Dom.
But we were like, I wasn't the one driving, but like my friend Doug, he was driving, and like he was wearing the glasses as well at night time, you know.
While driving.
And the whoop whoop whoop, the lights went off, like, you know, kind of.
Police.
The cops wanted to pull us over, you know.
Holy fuck.
And so like we pulled over to just before the Bridge of Lions. We pulled over into like, you know, kind of this gravelly kind of stop, and the cop got out and he kind of like he held his, like, just like the movies, he held it just above his shoulder.
That's what they do, man.
In America they do. In the rest of the world they hold it here and they kind of go, what the fuck? Sorry. E.T. in the reeds. Yeah.
Joe Biden.
A, B, C,
America's gonna pull out of the war.
No one's gonna know when I have to pee.
America.
Fuck yeah.
Joe Biden.
God damn it. So yeah, he's there. He looks at me.
You guys are fucking flying on LSD. Were you guys still wearing those glasses when he pulled you over?
And here's the thing. No one batted an eyelid about like wearing these things because we're so heavily into our trip. We're so heavily into the LSD, like that we genuinely thought that this was now our vision. even though the guy had told us to step out of the car. And we were all, we'd all kind of like, we were standing around like the car in a semicircle. And this guy he shines his torch into the car, and he kind of goes, you and you boys, you got drugs? And I was like, and he shines his light directly in my eyes, and he went, why are your pupils dilated? And I went, because you're shining your torch in my face, sir. And like one of the other lads laughed, and he shined his torch directly at them, and he was like, kind of like, where are you from? Like, we're from Ireland. And I went, yeah, we made a boat made of tar, and we rowed across the Atlantic Ocean to be here. And he was like, really? Are you religious in Ireland? And I went, oh yeah, sometimes I slam my testicles in the door to remind myself of Christ's pain. He was like, that's kind of cool. And he came in, I guess you guys can go now. And we all jumped back in the car, tripping balls, still wearing these fucking glasses. Oh, hang on a second. There is one little part. Now, I'm going to have to take off the headphones just to reenact this.
Sure.
But it's worth reenacting for you. I don't know if the podcast people will hear this, but anyway.
Oh, they'll probably hear it.
So, just before he shined it at me, and he was like, what's your problem, kind of thing. The driver of the car, Doug, he said to Doug, have you been drinking? And he said, no, sir, I don't drink. And he was tripping and fucked up, the same as the rest of them. And he was like, ready? Okay, stand on one leg and touch your nose or your index finger. So Doug goes like this. Now, for everyone who's listening, he did this in a real weird wobbly fashion. And he finally got to the finger on his nose. And we were all breaking our shits laughing at this thing. And the cop said, well, you're looking mighty fucking shaky there, son. And Doug said, well, I was in a skateboarding accident when I was younger, and I shattered my shins and my wrists, and I can't really stand properly anyway, sir. And that's when he kind of like shined the torch at me, and he was like, where are you from? I was like, Ireland. So
fucking rights. That's a sick excuse.
We just about got out of there. But I made it out with all my hash and, or weed and LSD.
That's called speaking their language. You Christian? Dude, did you honestly, you came up
Y'all
with
like some butter?
You came up with the slamming the testicles in the door? You literally said that to an American police officer?
I literally said that. Like, I thought, like, the more extreme I can speak now.
Dude, you're mad. That's cool. Neat.
Because I had a horrendous amount of LSD in my wallet. And I just didn't want him to look there. So I was like, if I distract him with this, he's never going to look at this. So I was like, yeah, I rowed across the Atlantic Ocean in a boat made of tar.
Dude, you guys, how you came up with that is so great. Somehow you knew in your instincts that you could come up with such... Like, dude, that's a fucking outlandishly stupid thing to say. Obvious, like, it's not good. It's not, it didn't happen.
Colin, I would love if there was instinct involved. There wasn't. It was just
I think you've come up with stories like this already before, and you've had some very witty things that you said already somehow. And then what they are is like some sort of understanding or instinct about human nature, like being silly to defuse situations. Did you do that when you were younger?
Oh, absolutely.
Or something?
Oh, absolutely.
Like being super abstractly...
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Be as silly as possible.
You just carry it on, because all adults are children.
Try to do this in, like, every situation when you're older. But it's not just, like, different countries and all that kind of thing, different languages, in every given situation, you can kind of try to say, if there's like, you know, kind of like maybe some sort of like elephant in the room, you can nail that by making a joke out of it. Like Graham Norton is amazing at that. Can you imagine being on TV and having multiple elephants in the room and diffusing them one by one with sarcastic jokes while kind of offending people, but like in a really wholehearted way? That's a great way to approach life. Not saying that I do it like that, but I mean, it's amazing to think of that. Yeah.
You were talking about the elephant in the room and making a joke about the elephant in the room, to then that's approaching it.
Yeah. Like,
but you're not approaching
you're a shit podcast interviewer. Whatever, Becky.
That's when you're telling the cop that you rode across the Atlantic. That's not an elephant in the room. That's a totally other side topic.
That's creating the elephant.
So hold on. Oh yeah. Because you're but you can't make it too obvious that you're trying to, because that would give it away that there's a pocket of LSD or a pocket of cash or anything that they could want in your pocket. You can't be like, yeah, just keep your eyes on my eyes, man. Don't fucking worry about what's below
my
here.
My drugs are up here.
Yeah, my drugs are in my eyes. Just like Daisy Duke. Sorry. She's got titties, but she's got eyes too. What are you saying?
My drugs are up in my Daisy Dukes.
I pulled over not because your lights were flashing, but because something bounced up into my undercarriage. Do you mind taking a look?
That's what I like about you, Glue Clear. You got lots of drugs in your undercarriage.
Sick. Yeah. Oh, man. And
oh, you better think of a fucking good question now.
No, dude.
After all that, fuck you, Glue Clear. I got a question for you.
What is that?
That's my iPhone watch.
Sick.
Is that?
Steampunk version.
Yeah. Made by...
Doesn't tell you the time.
Elon
Musk.
Musk.
Doesn't believe you.
Yeah, it doesn't do anything. It just tells me that, like, yo, you should take this wristband off. It's going to give you an itch.
It's going to literally take out the circulation in your hand and make it less dexterous.
Yeah.
Wait, you got a question for me? I already remember questions from the past that you had. Because I am the better drinker.
We should do the rest of this podcast in Chinese dubbing. Oh. I've been doing this 16 years. That was Australian. 16 years. That's Christopher Walken. So, Colin.
Wait, do you have a question for me, Alex?
I got a question for you.
What do you want to know?
I want to know.
You could literally know anything.
Okay, what I want to know from you right now, beyond this second into eternity, and how long this podcast lasts. So, let's face the facts, Colin. Your life has been akin to three little bears. Mama bear, daddy bear, and baby bear. Now, I want you to tell me which one of these fucking bears do you most resonate with, and why?
Papa Bear, man.
Why?
Because I'm leading the way, holding strong, demonstrating strength and character. You know the whole thing, baby. Thank you so much. I don't think I'm the mama bear. Mama bear is overly protective. And the child, or the baby bear. It's a little bit too curious, or like going. I maybe have a bit of baby bear and a bit of papa bear. So I'm a teenage bear.
Ladies and gentlemen, Foo Fighters.
One day back to the other, the other one, not the same. Never surrender. Okay, dude, one of the questions you asked me before was if I had any issues with super glue and Colin Gluckler and shit.
Oh yeah, hang on a second. This is what I wanted.
You had that idea in your head?
This is what I wanted to circle back to, actually. So,
who do you think you are?
You have 4 personas. How do you? Yeah, you've got like you've got Colin Gluckler.
Aye.
You've Super Glue.
Yeah.
You've Briight. And you have Glurilla.
Aye.
So, how do you separate these, and where do you see yourself creatively? Where do you see yourself separating them?
Man, thanks. So growing up being Colin Gluckler, and then the ego taking collaboration with whoever and whatever that is, and anytime you hear anybody talking about you and anyone mentioning your name, you then backlog all that information onto your ego, your idea of yourself. And Colin Gluckler, and the last name is related to the fathers and the brothers and everything that they represent too, the Glucklers. Tall folk, and then mom and dad were very nice, very fun, and large contributors to the economy and or the ecosystem of the small town that I came from, Golden, British Columbia. And then I'm not saying our family's greater than anybody or anything. It's just my own view on how people would talk about my family to me.
Right, okay.
So either they're just lying and just being overly nice to gain something, or they actually genuinely had feelings about my family. Therefore, Colin Gluckler has enough confidence to be like, I'm going to go to university because I am smart, because Dean Gluckler went there. And my dad taught in university. And
Dean is your older brother?
Yeah. And then the twin brother was doing his own path, and I'm in direct competition with him, as I feel. And Colin Gluckler goes to university. Super Glue's already been around for about since 16 years old. Someone else came up with that name. Dane Dahlberg came up with that name, and Dairy Queen. He was like, yeah, what about Super Glue? And I was like, holy shit, that's super cool. So Gluckler, the man, the Gluckler people, the glue, which is what I am. Super Glue is the Superman of the glue. It's not supposed to be Super Glue, the sticky stuff.
I never would have thought of it like that.
No, it's supposed to be the glue is super, it's super glue.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not super glue itself. No.
I naturally would have thought of it like this. When you were DJing in Prague,
Aye.
I thought you were gluing bits and bobs of weird kind of iconic pieces of music into your dance vibes.
Aye.
You know, that's
Dude.
what I thought you were doing. You were gluing them in, and you were that super glue.
So what I came up with over the years is, and it finally hit me in Australia, was I was playing and I looked up to this producer. His name's Jasper. Jasper came up to me after my show in Byron Bay, and he was like, dude, I finally understand your name. Your name means you're super glue. You're taking everything and sticking it together. It's fucking unreal. And I'm like, that wasn't the goal with my name. No, it's super glue is I'm supposed to be the glue is a Superman. Super glue. Glue is who I am, and then I'm super glue.
Yeah,
and that's the super glue of me.
Yeah.
Yeah. And man, I went to
I
Prague.
fucking respect that. You fucking can't.
Mm-hmm.
It's alright fucking cider.
It's actually
it's a little bit flat.
It is flat. Not exactly what I'm looking for now compared to a cerveza.
Now you should.
Did you finish that?
Oh yeah.
Good. Put it down there. Clean up the table a little bit.
You should like dive into a
Grab
little
me
bit
one
of
of the-
Guinness with
Grab me
me.
one of the crafts. Okay, I'll have one Guinness and then I'll have a crafty.
Okay. Oh. Do you want a Dom Browne?
Well, I gotta have a Guinness at some point.
All right. Do you want one of these?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Dude, it was in... I was trying to hold up this persona. It comes from fucking social media, too. And, man, I wish I was more clear-headed and able to communicate super facetly. I'd almost need a piece of paper to, like, write the dynamics of it all. But I do believe social media is involved in this. And, like, when you religiously use social media and you look at the name Colin Glugler and you watch pictures and you watch friends go up and the friends that you gained on the profiles that these companies made, you affiliate those with your life undeniably. You compare yourself to that person that you also affiliate naturally in the humankind, your ego to your name, because when your name is called, that's when someone needs you in a tribe. When your name is called, that if you didn't have an ego, you wouldn't know they were calling you. So you know that you're calling and you have a certain role, and you know you're maybe taller and you can read something for someone. So when someone says Colin and they're a smaller person, you may expect maybe you have to reach something, etc. Now, with social media that came in, and I was involved with it since like 2008, 2009, 2010, 2011, Colin Glugler's on there. So that builds this fucking attachment to what I'm supposed to be on social media. Now, Super Glue shows up and pages and how cool you're supposed to be as a DJ and or whatever you're supposed to be. And in Prague, I remember my mom came and visited, and I was like, dude, I'm showing up to places like I'm Super Glue. I'm showing up to places because people know me and I want to be known by my DJing. Yeah. But I'm holding the pressure of what Super Glue does. And what Super Glue does is plays and mixes music. And that's way more intoxicating and dopamine releasing than any man by himself communicating to a person or working a daytime job promoting on the street at the Drunken Monkey
the
could
character versus the person.
Yeah, man. So I was feeling that, and I realized that I can't remember how I quoted it to my mom. I was like, I feel like careful now.
Excuse me. Pube.
Sucking some dick. That was a tangle up in my life. Somewhere in Prague, I was like, I have to separate. I have to not even pretend. Or, I was walking the walk to become and try to become famous as Super Glue and a DJ. So what I did was daily working on that. I affiliated everything that I was with Super Glue, and I had to be cool, and I had to be as cool as the guy who performs.
And did you feel like that you had owed it to your mom to impress her? At that point?
Everyone in the Drunken Monkey, everywhere I went, I was Super Glue. And then my mom was visiting, and then I realized, I was like, holy shit, I can't sustain this. This is fucked. I'm not just this DJ guy. I have a whole fucking family. I have so much more.
I'm a human being.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
So then I had to separate the two in some sort of way in my own mind. I had to make sure that when I'm acting and performing, I'm acting and performing, and I dislodge that from my daily life. And when I'm in my daily life, I'm not Super Glue.
Yeah.
And no one expects that of me, and I don't have to be Super Glue in front of people because I thought I had to be from whatever world I came in. So then let's flash forward tons of time, and I've always had a lot of difficulty describing to people what I do musically.
And this
as Super Glue.
And this is how you started to separate. Sorry.
It's okay.
This is how you started to separate the multiple facets of who you are as a DJ.
Super Glue. Went by, man. We're talking from Prague like 9 years ago.
Because you were solely Super Glue in Prague.
Yeah. Hell yeah. And then I was just trying to sell myself as a multifaceted, like a DJ and a guy who could mix multiple genres together. And I do believe multiple rhythms are important, and mixing that with the newest bass music, which I find super interesting to keep me involved. Dig-a-day. Yeah! I only started.
I'm never gonna drink again.
Liked that when I heard it in Australia. Dig-a-day, psytrance. Dig-a-day, triplets. Dig-a-day. And then, dude, I had the hardest time selling myself for so long, and I am not even. I love my life because I like to look at myself and say I love my life because I want to make myself feel that. I feel lucky that I haven't needed or like gotten myself super buried and gotten super lost in being DJ Superglue and whatever the world made that become.
Yeah,
I've actually kind of done whatever the fuck I want and been able to mix whatever the fuck I want on this lower kind of level and not being super famous and needing to, I don't know if I would need to change, but I don't know if my music is popular enough that it would make me famous. And you think it would have if it was, but that's kept me doing exactly what I've wanted to do when I perform, and it's incredible when I do. And then the friends I've made are highly connectable because it's really in line with what I do. So years later, dude, no, it's just the start of COVID. I started drinking for like 3 weeks straight.
Start mixing it up.
As we all did.
Yeah.
Or like as I would do if I wanted to, because I would, I don't know, drink every second day or something. And then COVID happened, started drinking a lot, but then I'm like, dude, I can't do this. I have to, if I'm going to do up my drinking, I need to start doing. I started doing yoga, breathing exercises, and exercises every single day, religiously. With then, dude, I would literally like drink every day during the starts of COVID.
Yeah.
Then,
I think everyone did.
In between,
at the start of COVID, everyone kind of fell into that. Like
people who drink do, but there are many people who don't drink. I think maybe the majority of the world actually don't drink. I know, because you're a drinker.
No, but I think maybe my mother and my older brother don't drink, but everyone else I know drinks.
Everything else I know. Yeah, well, that's who we surround ourselves with. That's where we go. That's what we do.
Everyone else I know drinks.
Yeah.
And
but there's more people you don't know in the world than people you know.
No. I know everyone in the world. And, you know...
Some Ping
was like a Chinese guy I met in 1995.
He's a dope guy.
He punched me in the dick, and I no longer... Arigato, Mr. Bato.
Arigato! Cheers.
Godzilla.
Okay, what the fuck are you saying? You interrupting my story with some sort of like trying to make a joke, but it's not very fast because you're intoxicated?
Yeah.
Wait,
that's exactly what it was.
Am
it was
I intoxicated too, and I'm not fucking realizing it, and I'm being hypocritical? God damn asshole. You're a fucking dick, man.
But I'm really sly at being a dick.
And then, dude, long-winded stories about people's emotions and shit are pretty hard to listen to when you're drunk.
No, I like. Here's the thing, like the heartfelt stuff. I feel really comfortable with. Whenever somebody's having a heart-to-heart with me, I feel it's incredibly easy to actually listen to the trials and tribulations they've gone through, and what it's meant to them, and hopefully, like, try and give them like a 2 and 4 pence about, like, you know, kind of, here's what I've experienced, and maybe this will help you. Like, it's
tell me about like ego issues, dude, with you, like personas or like your artistic pursuit, maybe leading you into being like some sort of Don Browne artist, and then
here's the thing about the word artist. I I rebel against that word and that title horrendously. I did go to art college, and I say that with inverted commas, air inverted commas. I don't think that art college can possibly make an artist. I really don't. I went there for a short amount of time, and I did everything that everyone else does in art college. Fucking mitched off and fucking smoked joints with your friends, and
Spent a bunch of
try
money.
to take the piss out of, like, here's a naked woman in the class and everyone's there kind of drawing pictures, and I'm drawing really detailed pubic hair versions of her vagina, and they were like, no, you can't do that. And I'm like, yeah, I can do that, because look at my small hands, I can't draw anything else. And they're like, boop boop, your son is expelled. And then I was like,
Did you get expelled?
oh yeah.
So we're talking college or university. Yeah, you got expelled?
Just,
For
yeah,
drawing
college.
the vagina that you saw? Oh my
No,
god.
I got expelled for way more than that. Jesus, like, I was just a cunt. I just, like, walked through that a whole year, taking the piss out of everything they were trying to teach me.
What the fuck were you doing there? Why were you going to a club to go make fun of it?
I was trying to be what people expected of me. Everyone said, oh, Dom's good at drawing or something. He should go to art college. So I went there. But it's not like I wanted to go there. It's just I had no other option. After I got kicked out of art college, I started working in a pizza factory, and I was way happier there. And I earned a lot of money, and then I fucked off to Florida. Win-win.
That's where you take LSD and wear glasses and talk to police. It's not exactly where that happened, but it's what.
That's where it happens, Dominic.
Sweet dreams are made of LSD. Who am I to disappear? My leg, touch your nose. Hey, what happened to the dog?
With any luck, it died.
Oh,
Somebody fed it to
at 1 year old. With any luck, it died. Oh my god. Yeah, no, it's been a lovely creature. It literally has no enemies. It's been really kind to everyone who comes over. But if we're lucky, it died. You want to love it at its best. You don't want to just have it existing any longer than its best.
Being from Canada, do you actually like animals?
Oh my god.
Because I know Canadians love to shoot elk and all that kind of shit.
Yeah, they do it for fucking
So you're
meat
probably
and
just
hide and
a
shit.
racist or a prejudiced, at least, towards animals.
To dogs? We don't shoot dogs.
Not like Chinese.
Not like...
Hello.
Oh, hello. You want some fried dog?
Godzilla.
Dude, you ever been to China?
And yesterday.
Would you go again?
Well,
How's the food? It looks like you ate it all.
oh, fuck! Back in Drunken Monkey again.
Cunt.
Getting slagged off for
Cunt.
being fat.
Cunt.
I instantly regret coming on this podcast.
Do you? It's been like
Oh, yeah.
2 hours probably.
I fucking
Instantly.
hate everything.
Yeah,
That's how
dude.
good I am as a singer.
So did you even, like you just said you went to art college. You didn't even identify like some sort of ego trips that you went through being an artist? Like, because I was sharing and you asked me about, or if you wanted more details on the separateness of like the four things or something, but that's not super important. There was within that question, there has been some fucking gross struggles with being an artist and having like imposter syndrome. A name that you give yourself, which is you give yourself and no one gave it to you.
Yeah.
And then you have to walk around entitled with that name of yourself. At least for me, because I've been trying to separate from Colin Gluckler and being like Super Glue or Glurilla or something. But do you do that too as an artist? Were you like, you're just Don Browne art, maybe?
But I mean, it took a while to become Don Browne art. And I didn't even like art as a like to be affiliated with me, with my name, for a long time.
Why?
Because, okay, it is because of art college. When I was in art college, there would be somebody.
Dude, I had a delayed laugh from when you went. Like, it's so stupid. You've been doing that so much, but I had this funny laugh about it. Like, why is he doing that? But I laughed at the perfect time of saying art college, which is also funny. But it's not. It's just okay. Sorry, you went to art college. You Dom Browne art. Like what? Sorry.
I'm trying to be fucking serious, man. Jesus.
Hey, man, take me seriously, and if you don't, I'll fucking kill you.
Yeah, I'll fucking punch you in the dick.
Yeah, because killing's the best thing
Alright.
for art.
So do you want me to tell this story about fucking...
No. What I want you to do is give me that fucking detailed image of that vagina that you drew. Because that sounds fucking hot. And I don't have the internet.
Here's the weirdest thing, right? So they give you this naked woman in a room, and everyone's like, you have to draw the most detailed version of this naked woman. Now,
Neat.
I drew 50 stick figures of her with just boobs and vagina all over this page. Then I did another one that was just a really detailed vagina, just like pubic hair. So when the tutors saw this, they were mega pissed off at me. And I was told, like, oh, get out of the class. And I went outside and I fucking smoked a joint with my friends who were doing the same kind of piss take. Anyway, about 3 years later, I walked back in and I had a vagina. And I was like, check this out, fucking tutors. And they were all like, yeah, he is the vagina king. And yeah.
What do you mean you had a vagina?
Like everything after the sketch thing I just made up.
You lost me there. I thought you walked in to the tutors again and you had it like a fake vagina.
No.
Or is that representing some sort of weakness or something? The vagina, when you walked into the tutors, you had a weakness.
I'll start the story again.
Well, we already heard the story about how you made the vagina.
We only have
perfectly.
so much time on the podcast.
Literally, that's not a watch.
Yeah.
We got a lot of beers here. You're making me want to drink this disgusting wheatgrass drink.
Yeah.
But so you didn't have any ego fucking driven issues with your art?
I mean, like, look, we went to botanical gardens one day, and we all draw these pictures, and we all put them up on the walls, and everyone does this thing called a crit, and it's this critique. All the other artists are critical of all the other artists.
Yeah, when you critique, what's the what are you allowed to say in
so you're
school about
allowed to
critique?
be as critical as you want of everyone else's work.
Aye.
Which is fine. But I just thought it was a bunch of bullshit, seeing as the other stuff that I had experienced with the tutors was null and void. So I drew the smallest pictures I possibly could of trees. And I stuck up like 8 of these. So basically everyone else had covered this kind of wall with like A1 pictures. About 9 of them. And then when it came to me, I put up 9 tiny pictures in the size of an A4 page rather than a whole wall. And I said, these are my pictures. Now I'd drawn completely different pictures in the botanical gardens, and I kept them all to myself. But I put up these shitty things that I did just to see if this would get me a good mark. And I got this comment from one of the girls in the class. Yeah, I think they're good pictures, but they're very small. And I said, yeah, but that's because I got small hands. And that's when the tutors started to think, is he actually taking the piss out of this whole thing? Is it like, is this funny to him? Because like, even though I did it with a deadpan fucking delivery, a bunch of my friends were breaking their shits laughing. All the other stoners in the class, you know. So yeah, eventually, like, you know, my parents got called in and they said, Dominic is going to be expelled from this art course. And I was like,
Oh my god.
go Dominic, it's your birthday.
The end of my career.
Oh, yeah.
Everything
Go
is
Dominic.
over. This relationship is over.
Yeah.
Okay, so why? I feels like there's maybe a root cause of art in you, or like a deep creative aspect which is beyond regular senses. Had you already done LSD at that point in art school?
During.
And did that fuel did it?
Oh my God, completely.
Okay. Yeah, so what's going on here is when people say that LSD or psychedelics or drugs is why that guy is so weird. What is happening is someone did psychedelics which bend your senses so much that you don't sense things normal to regular perception. Someone who's in regular perception all the time and has never been like entirely super sick or entirely remembering what it's like to be born or close to death or anything like that, they won't realize that all their senses are made up and it's their own perception and it's not super bent. Like when you take a psychedelic substance, homeostasis becomes on a different plane. That makes you even question what homeostasis is. And if you're an artist, what you do is create. And if you're going to create only for the purpose of people in a more homeostasis or where we vibe regularly in normal, more day-to-day life,
Yeah.
homeostasis, day-to-day life, where people are kind of cognitive and we can think that people are thinking the same thing as us, though I'm saying these words and they come from my fucking experience and you're making them up in your own mind. And Dom's beside me and he's got pink hair. So then when you're an artist, you take LSD, you're pushing, you just have super artistic behavior in putting, like, truly, you should be allowed to make tiny paintings. And then you brought up another example earlier in this podcast of artistic thing that you did that might have been pissing people off. Oh, dude, drawing a vagina, drawing a ton of stick figures small. Like, why is that wrong? That is difference. And then the difference, the more different you can be, the more abstract you can be, and the more fucking crazily unsensical you can be. That is art in itself too. Though I understand, like, if there was simply, and it was only by the abided rules of drawing the full spectrum of a female with head to toe involved, and then see who can get the most realistic drawing, that's a competition in itself. But if we're talking art and we're being artists and we are living in a free society and being open to what art can be and should be, it should be beyond, it should be you haven't set solid boundaries, and so this is literally a drawing of this person, but it's just the part of their vagina. Or
here's the thing, they give you
you're under
like
arrest.
they give you free reign as to how you may interpret this. So, there was an old naked guy called Willie.
Willie.
And that was his name, Willie. He had an old dangly Willie. And he was standing in the center of the classroom. Now, I turned his legs into chicken legs, and I gave him a big old beak and one black eye, you know. And this was my interpretation of Willie. And I did a kind of a mirror thing when he was shaking hands with the human version of himself, when he was posing in a different way. So, do I give a continental fuck about rice? No. What I do is I wrap up individual grains of tinfoil or sugar in tinfoil, loads, hundreds and thousands of them, and then I save money at weddings and I throw loads of these at people, and they kind of go, oh, fuck, don't get that in my hair. And I'm like, whatever, bitch. And I'm like, you saved the money on tinfoil for the last time.
Okay, I actually kind of lost you there. What did you say about tinfoil and millions of pieces?
I don't know. But anyway.
Did you just make that up?
Yeah.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
Okay, you brought in the art that you did in college, and then you said you collect tiny pieces of tinfoil and then go to weddings, and then people want to use tinfoil at weddings, and then you're like, here is your tinfoil now, bitch. Is that what you just made up?
Yeah.
God, that was so abstract. I didn't understand. I took you so seriously because you were just telling me a story.
Right.
You did draw a naked man, right? Willie was real?
Oh, no, I did. I did, like, draw naked people in college.
Yeah, you're going to jail. Yeah, you are going to jail.
I'm definitely going to jail, yeah. I'm having a wank in jail.
Yeah, no, for what it is.
With my tinfoil cock.
You're literally, pervert, and you should be, you fucking drew a naked man. That's fucking horrific. No, you should be in prison.
Yeah.
People aren't ever supposed to be.
And on that bombshell,
I was born with my clothes on, cunts. What do you think?
Where were you born? In Canada?
Yeah, into a pile of snow.
God damn it. Into a pile of yellow snow, looks like it.
You wonder why polar bears have red around their faces? It's because they show up after the baby's been born in the snow, and they come lick up the blood from the placenta.
Fuck! Alright. How do you bleep out parts of this podcast?
I don't. Beep. No, everything's super fucking class. I'll make one cut.
Everything's super classy without
like
any
if
beeps.
I want, I'll cut out a little bit of the bathroom, but that's just because it was a bit fucking, there wasn't really all of us. Maybe I'll do a little bit of the beatboxing, or I'll fast forward it or something.
Can you bleep out parts like this?
The sound of me.
Here's a
your
something
wife.
a nigga like me never should have been let out the penitentiary. Ice Cube, I like to say I'm a crazy motherfucker from around the way. Since I was a youth, I smoked weed up. Now I'm the motherfucker that you read about taking the life of two. That's the hell I do. Yo, I'm like him, limber. Fuck you. This is a gang, and I'm in it. Man, Dre strap you up in a minute with a right, left, you're toothless. Then you say, goddamn, they ruthless. Everywhere we go, they say, damn. and to do with fucking up the program. We don't reel and we don't care. Too busy, no, too busy, yeah. About drinking straight after 8 bottle. Do I look like a motherfucking role model to a kid looking up to me? Life ain't nothing but bitches and money. I'm the type of nigga that's built to last. Fuck me, I'm a foot in your ass. Hey, I don't give a fuck, cause I keep belling. Yo, what the fuck it ain't? It ain't gangsta, gangsta.
Tip it, tip it, pop, tip it, trap drop.
Gangsta, gangsta. Call about your funky beat.
And thank you for coming to the church. All rise. Shines a flashlight on you. The pastor guy shines a you start laughing. Shines a flashlight. Hey, Dominic. All rise. Grab your cock right away. Whip it out. It's already wrecked for some reason.
And this is Marcus to the elusive John to Dominic Browne, who was caught masturbating in the...
You fucking talking too close. You're looking at fucking pop. You don't want to talk into the mic because then it can pop. But you talk right just away from it, and then you still have a really high frequency, but it doesn't pop. But that one's more fucking sensitive.
It is. There's a little bit of a pop.
Yeah. The Zoom microphones are very sensitive, and they fucking drain batteries really quickly. I don't give a fuck, dude. Dude, I've been wanting this microphone, the Zoom H4, for a long time. Why? Because it has 2 connectors in the bottom. What that means is I can show up, I can use this mic, and then someone else can plug into the bottom, just like this here. And we're portably doing a microphone thing. I would have had to change this battery 3 times already. There would have been 3 halts. Any stories we would have been in, 3 fucking halts. It doesn't even sound like a big deal. Dude, there's so much more chaos going on in the world than my fucking bullshit.
Okay. Glue Claire,
I
just want to say this. If we're going to kind of shut down this whole thing in the next couple of minutes, which we maybe should, I think we've had a good old chat. I just want to say this, and I genuinely want to say this to whomever is watching, and it may be no one. It may be just
my mom's gonna listen for sure.
Brucey Wiggles and Will. Yes, you're right for sure.
Valuable people in the world.
No, I want to say this, dude.
Careful what you wish for. Podcast end. Cut now.
And scene. I want to say that, like, you are
You're fucking drunk.
Yeah. But you are
You're fucking drunk. Stop it.
Okay.
What are you doing? It's good to be here.
God.
No, the important thing is about humans being humans. And okay, so the reason I ever wanted to ever do podcasts myself too is I was addicted to Joe Rogan and Duncan Trussell talking, because what they do is they literally make shit up and go with it. They don't know, but they make it up and then they go with it because you have every right to, because everyone should be free to think, and everybody has the right to come up with the reason of what history is. And we're allowed to take on what experts do and people have done for 20s, 30s, 40s, and 50s of years. People like Graham Hancock or whatever. People like, who's that one bloke? He talks like this. The way the caterpillar is gonna be eating.
Louis Armstrong?
He doesn't know. Okay, wait. The whole thing about the caterpillar.
David Attenborough?
Yeah. I fucking am not doing I've done a better impersonation of him. But
I knew that.
Those peeps. Yeah. I know you did. The peeps. when those two boys show up, they literally bounce around ideas, whatever the fuck they make up, because whatever the fuck they make up, well, this is my own analysis of it, and I get to believe what I believe too. So they make shit up, and then they go down the pathway of the shit they made up. They come up with the most recent theories of whatever the fuck they want to in the time with what they know, and they continue it like it's A, stand-up comedy, B, they're role-playing, or C, they're literally trying to consider something in the moment.
And I never thought about it like that.
Dude,
but that is how they're approaching it.
I think it's how people invent new ideas and approaches to whatever the fuck they want. And they should, and it should be something that's practiced, and it's deeply beautiful, and it's been so inspiring, and it's one of the things that was also inspiring, plus the two French girls and my dad. Then I was like, dude, if you want something done, do it yourself. I'm not ever going to be able to recreate those two things, but I'm able to just do whatever the fuck I think I'm doing.
Okay.
Or sorry, I'm able to do whatever everyone else perceives that I'm doing because they see me in their own light, and I'll never be able to change that.
Superglue, can I ask you a question? Where do you ultimately see yourself going? And I don't mean in the next 5 years. That's bullshit. I mean, where do you see yourself going? I have like an aspiration. I know where I want to go, and I'm wondering, do you have a
Grandpa, that's a soft serve ice cream on your fingers.
What do you get if you don't love me anymore?
I'm Joe Biden, and literally the president of the United States. There will not be any bombs dropped on Palestine anymore, hopefully. And we funded that.
What about the bombs dropped inside my asshole?
Every bomb dropped is $10,000. $5,000 of that is going to a military warlord. That's your tax dollars. Enjoy it.
I'm perfectly sure I don't know.
My son Hunter Biden has no idea where he is or what he's done. Never judge him. He's my son.
I like trains.
So do you know where you're going?
Yeah.
Well,
I know where I'm
What's
going.
your vision, or like what makes you happy, or what are you talking about
You
here?
see this whole thing?
Oh, bro, I wanted to ask you about that. This is some sort of child's drawings or something, right? Some child drew these things.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not very complex.
Some stupid fucking...
No social
God.
meaning at all.
Yeah.
Not very in-depth. It's not like that's from Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, built into a light bulb, which is also represented for light, which can be inside of the mind. No.
And a flurry of ideas.
What is this?
Now, this is Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas.
I have a feeling it's yours.
It is mine.
You're an artist?
I'm a painter, but I'm veering into digital art.
Dude, you've been into digital art since the monkey. Your art was digital. You would create it digitally, then you would paint it.
Here's the thing. I know I created something for you, a digital
Logo
for you. Shit, if I'd have known more about digital art, I would have done that completely differently. I was just starting out in Photoshop when it came to it. And when I actually saw about a year later how I had created that as a small file, and it couldn't possibly be blown up to a poster size, I felt like shit. I fucking wronged that guy. I gave him something that would only ultimately be pixelated. And that is truly how I feel about that. I think I created something that was a really neat logo. Ladies and gentlemen, this is me apologizing to one of my clients live. Yeah, no, I just didn't know enough about digital art.
Dude.
Yeah.
I recently came across a visual art that someone had made, which is the visual image I had in my mind when I had because Will was like, dude, you should get a logo for Superglue, and Dom could make it. Literally tell him anything, he'll make it. And I made something up because that's what you do when someone's like, yo, make a logo for yourself. And then someone says that Dom can make it. And so I tried the best I could to explain it in my mind.
Yeah.
And then what you made was, and this is the same as my own experience of what I try to reproduce with music and what I want in my mind, and then you have to fucking let that go because it's pretty much never going to be exactly what you want in your mind, or you'll never get anywhere.
Yeah. When
it comes into fruition. But yeah, so I was 21 years old, and I was 20 and I turned 21 in Prague. But it wasn't what I wanted, but I wouldn't get what I wanted in my mind. It was a lesson for me.
Yeah.
But I've never had hard feelings about it as an artist or anything. But dude, It's crazy because on the bus ride here, I was like, it's still something that's it's one of our intertwined relationships.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I don't know what's going on with it. And by that, I mean, I don't know what's going on with humans and like how intertwined or how serious people take relationships of like opening up or financial exchanges and stuff, and how they feel interpersonally and emotionally. And I don't know if we can ever get to the point where we ever feel like emotionally happy with also maintaining financial happiness either. But literally I felt that way forever. But on the way here, I was like, dude, I wish I could have showed you what I seen recently, because that was more what I wasn't as much of an artist, and I wasn't as experienced, and I didn't know what to show you, and it was literally a vision in my mind. And it's still really hard what I wanted you to create, and I only saw this vision recently, and what it was is pretty much like if you imagine a circle in the middle, and then circle, and they're tight until they get further and further apart, and the distance gets wider and wider. Kind of like an image of what a speaker would look like on a piece of paper, like how they would represent it. It would be like tight, and then it would the gap would get bigger, and it would be like trying to show you that sound goes away from the speaker.
Yeah.
Say that's the speaker and it's going this way, but it would be in both directions, and then somehow within those waves, you'd almost just take graphic design wise an eraser and write super glue in it. And the speaker would be in the middle, and then through this wave of the speaker, the logo would be reasonably circular, or it would be like the Earth.
This is something
that's what I was trying to tell you.
This is something we did, though.
I know, but it wasn't the perfect way. It wasn't still the way that I seen in these images, and like it wasn't. There's not the lines of like the speaker and stuff. And I couldn't explain it when I was younger, and
okay,
yeah.
But well,
and you're not working on it, and I'm not even working on it because it's the past. I'm not really needing it done anymore like that or anything. It's not super important to me, but
okay, but we did nail something like that.
And what life is, we collaborated, and then you made a logo of Superglue, which was entirely unique.
Yeah.
It was no one's ever made me a logo like that. It just is entirely uniquely cool. Like it was like a 3D image with a speaker in the middle, is Superglue with texture and depth.
Yeah.
No one's
what I loved about
me.
It was like, the headphones being the two U's in the super and glue.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah. I thought that was cool.
And they were like the same color as well, or were they black and white? Because it was red.
It was all color.
Yeah, I think you matched the color of the headphones with the font, and then the font had some texture on it, which also kind of matched the font or the texture of the headphones. I still have it on my computer.
But here's the thing. If you had asked me today, in 2024, Dom, will you do a super glue logo? I may have come up with the same thing, but like the output, the actual thing would have been so much more. It would have been like a huge... yeah, it wouldn't have been this like small thing that pixelated when he blew up.
Dude, I thought about that too.
Yeah,
on my way here.
And I knew why you couldn't use it, because if you blew it up, sorry. You promise?
No one's worried about it.
Promise. You promise? I promise. You vomit.
No, keep going. What the hell are you talking about? Shut the fuck up. I don't know what the hell that is.
Yeah, what the... so, yeah, it's basically about, like, about...
Dude, your version of the story and the pixelated thing
Yeah.
had no affiliation with me. I didn't even know about that. I didn't even know about pixels. I wasn't even worried about that.
But did
No,
you...
it was big enough. I literally just got it, and then I just used it on Facebook, and I used it on, like, some posters.
Sure,
and, that was just,
and I saw it there, but, like...
That's all I used it for.
After that,
It wasn't my logo.
I knew that, like, what I had done, I had just out of pure ignorance. I hadn't done it, like, you know, kind of to an extent where you could blow it up this size and it wouldn't pixelate. And that's when I kind of went like this. Oh, shit. No wonder he's using a different superglue thing. Next time I saw you had done some other super glue logo, and I didn't feel bitter. I just felt like, fuck, I kind of failed it. I kind of failed that, because if I had done my thing properly, then you wouldn't be using a new thing you'd done, you know?
Maybe. So one thing I see with that is my vision, where I see things, is what I envisioned. How do I, without being an artist, give you my vision and then you perfectly do it?
Yeah.
Like, that's what I thought was going to happen in my mind. That didn't happen. And that's obvious. And I didn't know that could be true. I thought that when Will told me anything could happen that I think of, then that would happen. Then it didn't. And then I was like, oh, like, yeah, dude, he's a whole other human being, and he's not in my mind. So you created your art, obviously, because it's yours, in mind of me, with my motivation for me.
Yeah.
And that never would be there without you and me. And then I never thought about any pixels or anything. And what I was trying to tell you is, when I said I thought about that on the way here, what I meant to say is, I remember I put, because I wanted a background on it, so I put some mountains in the background. Then you commented, or you messaged me, you're like, dude, I like you put the mountains in the background. Back in the day, that was cool shit to do. Nowadays, that's jack shit. Taking your logo and magic selecting all of it so that it doesn't take any of the background, and then pasting it over top of a mountain 10 years ago was pretty fucking classy and cool. Now, dude, you can get AI to recreate the whole thing. I
think it's always going to be cool to say, hey, I have this little piece of art and I love what you did by adding that piece of art. That's always going to be cool.
I'll just let you know, I haven't held any tension towards your art or thought that
you,
what you
Super
did
Glue.
wasn't artistic, and then like I didn't want to pay any more than $100 to get you to put more hours into it, and then it doesn't even equate to a lot of money when you think about the amount of hours that people put into these things. So I was like, I know what it's like because I write music. And then someone wants a song for $20. It's like, dude, that'll take me at the time 48 hours. So, and you're gonna give me $50 or $20, $30. It's like, it just gets really greasy at that point.
But regardless of the fucking cash
Greasy.
that changes hands and all that fucking slimy fucking salty shit, what remains is this.
I still have it on my
You-
computer, and
you-
I own it, and I'm holding it, and I'm not getting rid of it.
Fuck all that.
But it's your art that you made for me,
That's great, and I love that you're
based on money, you cunt. You did it for money. Yeah, you didn't do it for any other reason. You wouldn't do it unless I paid you.
You can pay me now for fucking speaking to me, bitch.
Yeah, dude. £2 a minute.
Yeah, 2 pounds of Don Brown. But super glue.
Aye.
If you don't fucking play some fucking tunes for me, I'm gonna punch you in the cock so fast you're gonna die from your fucking your mother. Your aunt is gonna die in a bath.
Yeah, dude, Auntie Karen and Auntie Kim, shout out to you. And I'm really sorry. It's been a lot of years since I've seen you. And I hope you don't die in a bath because of Dom and his energetic powers, because I don't play music for him. What are we doing, baby? Hey, just like lean the microphone up and look at, just lean it up. No, on the microphone itself, grab it and then tilt it up on this axis. Tilt it up and look at the time. Tilt it up and then look at the time. It's at the top. What's it say?
11, 15, 17, no,
No, it's at the top part of that screen.
15, 25?
That doesn't make any sense.
No?
It's only been 15 minutes and 25 seconds.
15.
At the top of the screen, there's a running clock, I believe.
15, 37?
15 hours, 37. I don't believe it. I'm not even worried about
I have
it.
no idea.
Oh, good for you. This thing does stretch. It's right here.
15, 37?
Weird. Well, that's interesting. It could be only running for 15 minutes somehow. Maybe we fucking touched it accidentally. I don't know. Maybe it resets after each hour.
Yeah, I like some butter.
Or it's been...
I'm
Let me see that
perfectly
again.
Sure
Let me see that
I have
again.
it now.
So weird, bro. So fucking weird. That's super weird.
It's very fucking sci-fi, isn't it? That's
Well, you got to be having fun with what you're doing.
down there.
Thanks for listening to the morning show.
I ain't too crazy about chicken. I tells
No
you I do it
idea.
anyways.
No idea what's been happening. We've been doing some decent talking. Like, I don't know if we've really gotten into the depths of who you are or anything. I don't know if it's important. I think people want to know about it.
Do you know what? You know what I'd love to. I'd love to know about.
Turn that down now again. Yeah, because the direction's straight, like in the direction of the mic.
Okay.
Jeez.
About here?
No. Oh. No. We fucking... my left. Oh, there we go.
There we are. All right.
All right. What would you like to know about?
I would love to know about like why you are addicted to coffee.
I'm not addicted to coffee.
Why are you not addicted to coffee?
It's the same reason that you... Are you addicted to alcohol?
Who isn't?
Okay, no, I'm kind of closely addicted to alcohol. I know a lot of people who aren't, But
Who?
coffee, I've just kicked
Your
it for
parents?
like a couple months. That's not true. A month and a half. I kicked it for because I felt like I was addicted to it. So I'm like, well, let me prove that I'm not.
Okay. A, are you addicted to the alphabet?
What's the alphabet?
B, are you addicted to bees? C, are you addicted to cesarean sections? D, Don Brown. Don't even test me on dinosaurs.
You have
Whatever.
no idea, man. You have no idea. You were trying to talk about what you were working on here, and then we got so distracted. I don't think you ever mentioned it. I started making fun of you about how a child made it, and it's like, obviously a child could these days with AI.
Whatever.
Could they?
Oh, yeah.
Not exactly like... Nothing's ever the same as the person, though. That's what's really interesting is when people like you as a person, and then they
AI
know...
versus, like, could anything make it?
No, a kid could make something similar, but it would never be the same because I could copy and paste your
Could an
shit.
actual kid design the same thing?
Yes, they
Possibly.
could, but the reason and the neat thing about being a human being is when they know who you are and they know what you've worked on over time, and then they know that you worked on this thing, there's something about it that becomes valuable.
Sure. But
Like going and see me DJ. They could just literally listen to a mixtape on SoundCloud, which is better than or is more about their genre than coming to see me. But once they know about what I do and where I've been and what I am standing for and who I am, then they come support.
here's the thing.
You don't know
And
me.
this is a thing. Super glue.
I
Like AI.
is going to replace DJing.
No. AI
It already has.
is becoming more prevalent than graphic designers, DJs, any kind of art you can name in the current hemisphere is being
We
threatened.
need to get you more Buckfast, man. You're fucked up. You're not fucked up, but I've seen you more fucked up.
I'm fucked
But I would
down.
like you to have more Buckfast, because then you'd have the caffeine. I'm pretty sure I know what you were, which is awful of me. This is not a conversation. If I imagine what you were gonna say,
I'm
because
edging towards this.
Edging.
I am. I'm edging towards this.
Grandpa's come. Yeah.
Do you remember drinking fish milkshake from your grandpa's cock when you were younger?
Okay. No, so what you were saying is, dude, AI is pretty much already taken over in the drawing, poster, music. It's already mixing for people on Spotify. It's selecting music, like, so Selectas is kind of out the window. Whatever.
Don't cheapen this.
But
Don't cheapen this podcast.
this is me projecting what I thought you were going to say and cutting you off earlier, which
Whatever.
isn't even a conversation at that point. It's kind of mean.
Okay.
Hulk. Okay, so what? We done talking? You think anything's valuable anymore that we're going to talk about?
Now, I'm gonna listen to what you're
Shit
saying.
my pants.
Shit.
I don't have anything mega, like, it's a two-way street, dude. Like, I was just trying to ask you about your shit. I don't, like, you asked me about if I had a vision for the future, and then I asked you because you fucking attacked me with that criticism, and I don't want to be attacked or feel vulnerable or have any pressure, and I want everyone to feed me exactly what I want all the time. including AI robots.
Skipping the AI, can I reiterate the question and hear and hear the answer?
For me.
Yes, from you.
Shit, I forgot I'm a part of the conversation. I can't just be a viewer and just sit here and let life do everything and feed me exactly what I want and demand what I want with just sitting here and putting no effort into it. Just like I was designed through school, being spoon-fed from birth, through my teenage years, into my adulthood, going into university, then being able to travel wherever I wanted because I come from Canada, accumulating a lot of wealth compared to other countries, being able to fly across the world and do whatever the fuck I want because apparently we're good people in Canada. Sick.
Yes.
Yeah, great. Cool. I'm entitled. And I have that perception because I lived that life, and so many other people would go to a border and be a certain skin color and they would get stopped immediately at the American border or European borders and be questioned just because of the way they look, where I just come from a certain place. So if you have any of those privileges, fuck you. Okay, my future plan? Dude, I don't know, man. I don't think too far in the future because what it does is...
Do you actually have a 2000 plan? Do you have something mapped out? And I don't mean... creating music and releases. I mean, do you have brackets where you might travel from here to here and then within that context make music within those kind of chapters?
Man, it's maybe really selfish of me right now, but I feel like I have a stockpile of music and I am addicted to making it. I was telling you earlier, I've been so used to making music on my laptop with headphones, and all you need is your laptop and headphones. But at Burning Man, the fucking alkaline dust got in there, and then now I need a portable keyboard and mouse. Aside from the fact, producing with that, addicted to it, and it's like my safe place. But what it does is not release music, show anybody it. But I feel like I'm at a point where I've written so much, and I have so much, and I already have DJ skills that I don't feel like I'm going to travel and want to meet people and write a certain epic journey or epic thing because I feel like maybe I've already done that and I'm already holding on to it. So it feels like I need to spend a lot of time going to a lot of places on tour and showing people all this music, so much of it. And then undoubtedly during the time, I'm going to be making a little bit more and definitely fine-tuning the music as I hear it out loud.
Yeah.
As I'm performing it, like though some of it's very done and doesn't need very much, or it is already a track in itself.
And does fine-tuning it mean like bringing elements from the the location you're in?
No, it's the mixing.
Yeah.
Because when you hear things in big speakers on club systems, the mixing, it's only to my ear, obviously. Or sometimes maybe someone will mention it to me, something that's off that I've never noticed for some reason, which definitely happens, and I'm super open to it. Just making sure it's perfect for clubs and then projecting at because when your mix is a little bit off, let's talk about something being 0.2 decibels, whatever it means to you. So let's say there's a scale of 1 to 10.
Can I just ask you?
Aye.
That's noticeable to you. Is it noticeable to a crowd?
Sometimes it is if they're musicians.
Okay.
Yeah, but and that's what I'm saying. Sometimes I'll definitely listen to someone because then I go back, listen, and I hear what they had to say, and I'm like, holy shit, you're right. That needs fixing. That saxophone is way too loud for that moment. You're totally right. I totally missed that. I just liked that it was there, and it was very obvious that it was there because it's so loud, but actually it's a little bit fucking drastic. And if it was quieter, it would
Do you
actually
ever
be
miss
there
a
and not.
BPM? Do you ever miss that kind of mix?
100%.
Does somebody kind of go, that didn't like fall into place as quickly? Or
Oh yeah. If we're talking about, well, at the point of more professional performances, when you have a set hour or an hour and a half and you're being hired by a larger not a corporation, festival or something, you really should be so well practiced that you pretty much never fuck that up anymore. It's not worth it.
Oh, you can't. If you're being hired, of
Computers
course you
can keep music on BPM, so don't do it if you're going to play live. But do it live because it's energetically, undeniably amazing when you do it flawlessly live. And that's fucking sick. So I'm just still writing music and then going to try to perform it as much as I can. And then snowball effect happens with it. And it happened a little bit last fall.
How would you separate Briight with your other two personas? Because your other two personas are kind of, I wouldn't say close, but like they're flirting with the same genre. But Briight is kind of a different feel. Yeah. Because Briight is, you're asking something else of yourself.
All right, so what I explained to you earlier was Briight, and one day I will be Briight, but I haven't even displayed that or had a single show as Briight. But I have already rebranded everything under Briight Studios to, if I make releases or places, I didn't want to have Gluerilla, Super Glue, Briight, it used to be True Glue Talks Podcast, all Instagrams, all fucking different websites, Facebooks, and all of them, and then post on all of those. Yeah. I fucking hated that as just me, and I'm just a solo guy who doesn't want to spend money yet, which is disgusting because money can be an investment towards the money I spend on an advertiser who could then, or an advertising agent that could then put the time into actually doing these things, separating them, making them many large groups, corporations, or entities than many different facets of people can enjoy. So what I did is took the largest page I could and called it Briight Studios. And then everything that I produce can go under Briight Studios. But then when I produce it under Briight Studios, I'm specifying or specifically saying, like, within Briight Studios, this is Gluerilla. Within Briight Studios, this is DJ Super Glue.
And this is harkening back to a question I asked, I think about an hour ago.
Yeah, dude.
Like, do you feel like a divide between or within these 3 or 4 different personas, and how you actually kind of like produce music and put it out towards the world? Like, do you feel like is there any competition between them?
It's so funny how seriously I'm taking this and listening to you. I got my hands crossed here listening.
It's fucking,
I just got so into it.
It's real though.
Yeah. The competition between them. So fortunately for me, DJ Superglue is the root of now what others kind of decided, and as well the history of me mixing and sticking many genres together and mixing on a free reign of any fucking sound I want and mixing live like a stand-up comedian. But I remember and I know and I can hear rhythms and BPMs at a time, and I can feel it and I can fucking mix to it. If someone else is playing music over there, I can fucking mix to it. I can hear it. That's DJ Superglue. Briight is now all the music that, but I haven't performed and I haven't even worked on it because I'm working on, well then let's talk about Gluerilla. Gluerilla is just I just tried to make an animalistic version of the glue, kind of like Super Glue, which was the super version of the glue person himself.
More
animalistic version. I asked Facebook, I was trying to be like Glue Raff, or like, because he's tall and lanky, or like Gloomadilla, like it's like armadillo, but Glorilla, like a glorilla, and it just rolled off the tongue, and it was kind of fucking strong and gangster. So I'm like, sick. I'll roll with that for this tribal aspect of me, and then Glorilla. Now, with playing as Glorilla, and then also playing the instrument of the didgeridoo, I'm like, I want to make Glorilla this gangster that is original production, that is different from, I believe it doesn't have as high technology kind of vibes or remixes or sampley. It's more earthy.
Yeah.
Plus, it has dirty synthesizers, which dirty synthesizers are a little bit high tech and stuff, but it has the earthy vibe to even it out. Glorilla, then mix it with didgeridoo.
Fucking great, man.
So then that's a focus, and that actually takes a lot of time to do.
That's Glorilla.
Good,
And
yeah.
Where does Briight sit?
So Bright's going to sit where all the other production that isn't earthy.
Yeah.
Yeah, Super Glue is more going to be focused on, it's going to be able to DJ everything. It can DJ a wedding.
Yeah.
And it has. Like in the past, I've DJ weddings and stuff, but I've been, as DJ Super Glue, or I wanted to call myself just Super Glue. I actually want to call DJ Super Glue now because he's a DJ. He's a selector and DJ. I was trying to make myself as Super Glue a producer known in the electronic scene, but I was still DJing weddings and then having residencies at hip-hop clubs and stuff.
Basically, you were trying to be a cunt.
What? I wanted everything. I wanted all the cake, and I wanted to be a local DJ plus a famous EDM producer.
Next.
So then, well, I don't know, man. I just looked at the sun, and I was inspired by the name Briight, so I took Briight music into account.
I think that's a beautiful fucking story.
Oh, and it's in the logo, too. You'll see it when the logo becomes really nicely demonstrated and stuff. But Briight is going to be all the other production that isn't tribal. So Briight is specific to my performances as all of my other production, which it's about half that isn't tribal glitch, which is now we were talking about fucking genres earlier. I've genreified myself to tribal glitch.
I'm going to have to go for a whiz.
Take a shit.
I'm going to have to go for a quick. I'm going to shit out my dick.
That's it, baby. Dude. So why would you be interested in the musical identification pursuit? You know what I mean? Like, why are you interested in, and I'm not trying to target you. I am trying to target you. Your thoughts. Why would you be interested in my music identification ideas? I guess they're fun.
And I would always be
interested in you.
No, I would always be interested in branding and how a
Sorry guys, I'm just playing with the mics. I love hearing myself like right here but not popping, and then I just hope that Dom would be there too, so then when I sound like this, he sounds like this too, but not like, but you just sound like fucking gangsta. Dude, fucking get that a little closer. Okay, sorry. So why are you interested? Nice.
In logo design and graphic design, everything like that. I've always been interested in that.
Well, I guess, okay, so like you're interested in how I'm ever going to design the graphics between Briight Super Glue, Briight Studios, and Glorilla?
If I was given the chance, I would. Now, this is just a creative process. This is not me trying to promote myself for, hey, this is what I would do if I had your commission.
You would do
Fuck all that.
You would do that.
No, like if
you had commission.
If I was about 5 years ago, I would definitely showcase myself in a different way, having been the the opportunity on a podcast, regardless of how big or small the podcast was.
Dude, when you roll up to the urinal and you got a tiny dick. It's like this podcast.
Check out my tiny dick. By the way, I got this new clothing company. It's about as big as my dick.
Yeah, just
You can make it bigger.
tiny. Dude, I have been feeling ultimately not that sexual lately, and then I was with a girl recently, and I actually like got a fucking decently solid erection, and I was like, holy sh-. I got excited, and she's like, oh yeah, like, you're excited about your own erection? I'm like, dude, this is a weirdly dark time right now. Like, I didn't know that I could be fucking stoked about anybody right now. Just
Ladies
so
and
naturally.
gentlemen, the best podcast, the super glue. What is this podcast called, by the way?
So yeah, I'm rebranding everything. It's already been rebranded, but everything's Bright under Bright Studios. But it's the Bright podcast. So I'm
Bright. Okay,
Bright podcast, Bright teachers, Bright maps,
perfect
Bright
for
sounds,
conversations about
Bright
erections.
art.
Bright podcast. So, have you ever gotten an erection in your life? No. Listen to Bright podcast. You'll get one within nigh on 15 minutes.
Okay, hold up. What were you saying about if you were given a bunch of money, you would then create my art or something? Is that what you're saying? What were you saying? 5 years ago, if you would have offered me money to create art for you, I would have said yes. But these days, I'm making clothing. Hey, man.
Aye.
It's a question
To
mark
pay.
on the end of it. It's a question. I don't know. I just met you, dude. We're just out here, man.
For
That sounds really good, by the way.
for anyone and everyone out there in the radio world, myself
No one's
and
listening on radio anymore.
Colin Glueclear, are they not listening on FM?
Yeah, it's AM.
AM?
1160 AM radio in the morning.
Morning, noon, and night.
I actually don't know if 1160 is
No
actually
one's
an AM
listening?
radio.
All
Or
right,
if it's like
okay.
760 or something.
Jesus, like, so why am I even speaking? I had so much to say. I'm not going to say any of it anymore. Okay. Well, anyway, me and myself and Colin. That's my friend over here.
3 people.
That's me, Colin.
There's 4 of us, or there's 2 of us, dude.
Arigato, Mr. Robot.
Those are Chinese selves / Asian selves.
Hello.
Or
Godzilla.
the Asian selves with the bodies, or there's just the bodies. For reference.
So me and Colin, seated here on my
Splitting
left.
hairs here.
This is like
You're
what-
splitting hairs here.
This is
We're
like
the
what-
same guy. There's one of us.
Have you ever seen Watership Down?
What?
This is like splitting hairs.
What the fuck did you just say?
Oh shit! You didn't get that reference?
No.
Bright eyes burning like fire.
No.
Alright.
Makes me think of Black Eyed Peas. Let's get it started. But the original version, let's get retarded. And, let's get retarded in here. But that's what I came up with when you started singing that other song, which is crazy that the mind works that way.
Call the police.
Someone
Okay, so where were we? What? Can I get a rewind? Do you remember about 10 minutes ago
Aye.
when we were talking about like stuff?
Pre-piss.
Yeah, pre-locked. And I was wondering, do you actually believe in lords of drunkenness and, you know, whatever?
Doesn't set me up for much if you're trying to get so you're trying to get me talking about driving golf carts faster than anybody, like the lords of the drunkenness. And yeah, I mean, hey man, in Prague, I had a DJ set at Chapeau Rouge, and I was really pumped about it because Chapeau Rouge is where we used to go, and a lot of people were showing up, and I found this fucking clip. I just wrote "drunk monkeys" in YouTube, and there's this documentary on monkeys that robbed people's alcohol, and then it just showed them like they would drink the alcohol and they would get drunk, and then it was like, monkeys that are more drunk make better leaders. And then it just shows this drunk ass monkey like leading a group of other monkeys, and then it's like the monkeys that would drink more would become stronger, more independent monkeys.
Fight.
Yeah. And so for like alcohol wizards, etc., as you were saying, that's kind of all I can say about where alcohol makes dominance. The only reason, not the only reason, one of the reasons why I'm getting into drinking again, where I kind of took a week and a half off, I say good riddance. No, I took a week and a half off drinking, but coming back onto it, what happens is there's a certain relief to the mind. And yeah, if you have a lot of stresses as a leader, or like you put a lot of stresses on yourself, and then you drink, a lot of those stresses can be demerited. And then like that quote, for some reason, keeps coming back to my mind that I found for a DJ set for the Czech Republic about drunk monkeys. And then I'm like, wait a minute. Am I my like more reasonable self when I get out of my head so much and actually just like have a beer with people rather than try to avoid it and then try to be what others expect is the best and what I think is the most reasonable in society, though I'm sacrificing my own health and drinking.
Fuck society, though.
Though I'm sacrificing my own health drinking, what happens is I have less anxiety and or kind of dumb wisdom.
I think I'm dumb.
Dumb wisdom, dumb confidence, which then can actually make a following, but it's a dumb following. I don't think it's right still. I think longevity, good things that you should do is the best thing you could do. I'm peeling off the sticker off this beer. I'm going to put it on that Guinness can. It's going to be sick.
I don't think I'm dumb. I think I'm
and if
dumb.
you ain't drinking, then you ain't my girlfriend anymore.
Okay.
Ain't no thing but
super
country
glue.
western floors.
If you're gonna tell me a drunken tale.
The whole friends think you're not enough and you want to prove what you can do tomorrow night. Where we are is in Ireland and it's Friday, so don't worry and don't pick a fight. And we got the problems and nobody's gonna care and no one's gonna think that you're in a spot of despair. What we're gonna do is get you flying high next weekend. Saturday's gonna come again. Oh, Saturday. I don't have a hard time with
country music, Irish music, and reggae music. Sometimes I can just literally freestyle it.
Tickle me right behind the eye, born on the 4th of July. No one likes you and no one likes me. I used to be born on the 4th of July. I used to be a young lad when I was born.
Okay, hold on. Did you just freestyle that?
Yeah.
That's not a tune. Don't
Should
lie to me.
be.
Don't lie. Yeah, you just freestyled that?
Yeah.
Okay, here's a new genre, dude. So, like, you know when freestylers meet in a corner, a guy starts beatboxing, and then people take, 8 bars to rap, and then the next guy raps 8 bars? Dude, Irish music, and it's the rhythm, and then it's just 8 bars to 8 bars freestyle fucking Irishness. Okay, here we go. It's been raining all the night. I can't feel my fucking fingers again. I've been something else, and I want my dog to be my friend. I can't be the man you always wanted, and I'm a little bit drunk, and I can't think a fuck.
The wolf took me into underneath his wing, and I said, Wolfie, you're always gonna be the one I always sing into the ring, and I will be the wolf into your sing.
When the pressure's on, you've got no voice. I've got something better than your wife can ever find. That's you, my friend, no offense. I've been in the bar so long, I can't even feel my feet. Not again, I don't want to repeat what my father speak.
Diddly-eye behind the eye, tickle me on the 4th of July, tickle me right behind the eye. I have been the 4th of July, biddly-idle, 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 biddly-eye. I have been the one on the 4th of July.
I want to be the best a man can be, something like a Viking. I've been so lost. I will go to Scotland ever so long. I will come back to be the best Irishman and sing the song.
Sing the song, you are Canadian,
Pour the Guinness. Pour the Guinness. Pour the Guinness.
Tickle me right behind the eye, born on the 4th of July. Tickle me right behind the eye, glue clear now your eye.
So getting tickled behind the eye is kind of like when you sing, or getting tickled behind the eye is
Tickle me right behind the
fun.
eye. That means your Jap's eye, ladies and gentlemen.
What's that?
Your Japanese eye.
What's that?
That's the slit in your dick. Drink.
Drink this. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I don't just drink straight out of bottles, dude. I drink out of shot glasses. God's sakes. What is this?
I don't know.
World War One?
What is this? World War One? Fuck. That's going tough.
Why is that fun?
What is this? World War One?
Okay, dude. Holy shit. We're in a pretty good time right now. Are we? As
I got a bit
Dr.
of
Phil would
tinfoil
say,
in my mouth.
Dr. Phil would say, since the cell phone's been out, depression, loneliness, and suicide has gone up every single year since 2009.
Yeah.
Every single year consecutively for all ages. So are we living in a good time? Depends how you're seeing it. That's for sure.
You know what I think?
Bread, biscuits, and butter. Tell me what you think.
I perfectly don't know about, I have been drinking bread, biscuits, and butter.
In the schnapps, sold by our local schnapps company.
Sold by
Kiss My Ass Schnapps.
Yeah. Shout out to Kiss My Ass Snaps. Morning, noon, and night.
Kiss
Now-
my ass snaps.
Now, Colin, you know that I've been waiting my whole fucking goddamn life to say this. Elizabeth, I love you. I don't care if my brother married you. I love you. God damn it.
I don't want there to be a conflict of interest about my brother and you, Elizabeth, but you know that.
But you know I love you,
I've got
Elizabeth.
feelings
I've been
for
waiting
you.
fucking years to say this. I love you.
Yeah, so life plan, maybe around 35, try to find a girl, maybe try to knock her up. Hopefully I'm a little bit more known, and I will be, because in 5 years I will be more known as I practice and play more music around. But I hope
beg to differ. I think you're gonna be less known after you fuck with me in Johnstown. You're gonna be fucking buried in dirt. Okay.
What they're gonna do is cancel your ass.
Yeah, you're gonna be fucking finished. Sorry. Glue Clear, is that your real name?
Cancel
Whatever your
your
real
ass.
name is, you're gonna be fucking gone.
Dude,
babe.
whoever cancels somebody, they're just a group of people. That doesn't mean there's not some sort of ultimate power out there that can cancel you. That's just everyone is listening to some sort of group, and then if that group cancels somebody, then they're. Do you want a beer? They're only white beers. They're only
do you
white
have
beers.
a beer?
Yeah. These are fucking. We can either share this Dom beer, which I know you'd probably wrap.
If I could turn back time.
Or you can get into. Have you,
No, you can have the goodie. I'll have one of the
I
pretzels.
look forward to it. And then let's fucking clean this table. We're a bunch of dirty animals. Okay.
Now, we haven't spilled anything, which is good.
I wouldn't. Not on your mother's life.
I would. Now, she's away, thankfully, in Thailand.
On your mother's life.
Yeah. But I've been thankful, to grow up in a house where everyone's welcome.
Hey, what are you looking for another beer for?
Oh, the Wicklow Wolf.
I think it's fucking viciously full, dude. I just put a sticker on it. Don't even try to drink this at the same time.
Don't even try to drink one beer.
Shit, dude, did I interrupt you trying to say something?
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Well, my mother,
I
who is one of
She
the
had
the
you
main
inside of
she-wolves.
Did you know you were inside of your grandma at a certain point? Dude, I just interrupted you again. Fuck. But you were inside of your grandma at some point.
Starting getting hard again. Starting to get horny. Just thinking about riding my granny.
Jesus, no. Whoa. Diggity, Sightrancing bar, Boschmitch.
Don't think, just do.
Just drink with your grandma. No, what I meant, dude, is
your
all the
grandma's
seeds that
vagina.
all the seeds that women are born with are within the egg itself. All the eggs which the woman is born with, I'm sorry. Okay, so the eggs in which a man can fertilize, they were born with. So what that means is the egg that is half of you, that your dad impregnated your mom with, is actually inside of your grandma. You are inside of your grandma. Half of you. And then, yeah, dude, your grandma actually creates your ma, but inside your ma is already all the eggs she would ever have. And then every period, they lose an egg, and their uterus wall sheds, and that's their period. Every egg they've ever had is born with them from the day they were born, and they were inside of your ma. And so therefore, half of you was inside of your grandma.
And so understand that connection, motherfucker.
While I completely understand technically,
Disagree scientifically.
no, I don't disagree. Like it is absolutely on point. While I do agree that is remarkably accurate.
Arousing.
No, I haven't got the horn yet. Now, I may get the horn just after I'm finished this. I am getting the horn now.
Already just thinking about it. Just thinking about what I'm gonna say. I'm getting an erection.
Yep.
It's
There you go. Undeniable.
okay. Go on. What?
So I was wondering, like, for me, like a sawn off leg, just like fucking the stump of a bloody leg would be the ultimate ride for me.
What do you mean ride? Like
So I'm just
to
wondering, what would be the ultimate ride for you?
What do you mean to have sex with?
Yeah, to have sex with a bloody leg.
That's ridiculous. First thing that comes to mind is a toaster for me.
Oh, fuck. Finally.
The truth comes out.
Finally, someone who likes toasters.
You don't even know, dude. Okay, dude. Let's talk about how chrome it is on the outside, and it's got a dial for 0 to 10.
Oh, it's
how
got that
toasted it's gonna
smooth
be. And then if it
chrome.
has bagel mode on the right, if you hit bagel mode, it has
Bagel mode.
I turn it on bagel mode because what that does is turns the middle ones off or some shit. No, it turns the outside ones off. And so what I can do is I can put my fucking dick on one side of it and it only fries the left side of it because it's on bagel mode. And then I go on the left side of it and it fries the right side of it. So I get to fuck kind of 2 times. It's kind of like a twin.
Frying part of your dick.
I didn't tell you yet. This is sponsored by Kiss My Ass.
This is sponsored by Walmart, frying half your dick.
Now, I actually like, dude, there's no erect or sexual feeling coming from it, but a chrome toaster. Like, just like, you know those balls? Hold on, let me finish. They're about yay big. And then you put your hand on it, and it makes your hair stand up.
I remember.
Yeah, you put your hand on it. So it's like that kind of color.
Yeah.
Silver. But it's a toaster. And that's the best ride. That's the best damn ride of my life.
Yeah, I remember.
Okay, actually,
When I was
best sex you ever had in your life.
Best sex I ever had in my life was I was stick my dick in the toaster.
Yeah, I was by myself in a DMT trip.
I was by myself in a GSB. My dick dang got caught in the gears of combine. Reacclimated my privates. And then my daddy said to me, "Dom, now you're a man."
I knew you were going to say man, not woman.
Then my daddy said to me, "Now you're a woman." That's a really unpredictable thing for me to say. And I said, "Thank you, Daddy." And he looked at me and he said, "Son, do you want to be a combine harvester or you want to be a bulldozer?" And I said, "Daddy, I want to be a combine harvester." And
Combine.
yeah.
And that's how he knew I was a girl.
And that's how he
Combine
knew
harvester.
I combined myself with a lot of
Seriously,
fucking...
best sex you ever had. Off the top of your head, best sex you ever had or can remember right now. You don't have to say any names, any people.
Easily.
You can just go into where they're from, or you can go into where it was. Like what, any fucking small detail. I'd love to hear about it.
Easily a girl in Melbourne.
Holy shit.
Easily.
Tell me.
And I would not go into any more detail than that, but yeah, she was the best.
Oh, man. So, like, super tight or...
Tied like 10 tigers.
Dude, okay, so top of my head right now, one time I was with a girl who was so tight that it literally hard to get in, and it literally could take up to a minute. Now, when you're talking sexual intercourse and you're at the point where you're gonna go into somebody, it's a big like moment that should hopefully, like, when you're going to and everyone knows you're going to, it should just happen, hopefully. And when it doesn't, something's a little bit wrong. Something's happening wrong. But at this case, apparently you're not worthy if you're not hard enough to get into this person, because they're tight. They're so tight that you can spend a minute to 3 minutes trying to get you're just trying to flex it.
Are we
Hard
actually still recording?
Dude,
Holy shit.
This is the kind of depth of the truth that I want people to know, because where else are you going to hear it, man?
Oh my goodness.
What are we doing with our lives if we can't...
Like, okay.
I'm not trying to show off. I'm not trying to be anything that I'm not. I just want to hear truthful fucking explanations of things
Okay.
that people have gone through.
Mr. Gluclair.
Yeah, dude. What made it the best sex with you? I'm not saying that girl was the best sex. I just came up with that thinking about someone who was... That was very...
Mr. Gluclair, have you ever had a compromising situation when it came to the girl's time of the month?
Yes. Compromising.
Tell me
for
about
sure.
it.
Okay, off the top of my dome, some people having their time of the month, or moon cycle, as I like to refer to it.
Something.
Period. They were not wanting to have sex, though we had already had sex. I don't want to mix up two stories, so I'll say one specifically. We had sex a couple of times, and it would have been a few, but the person was having their period, and they were like, it's not comfortable for me to have sex when I'm on my period. So we just flat out didn't have sex. Now, let's roll back to another partner where we had sex, and they were on their period, and there is now, blood. Like this red blood. I'm very uncomfortable with blood.
Are you?
I am.
Why?
It makes me deeply concerned that there's something wrong.
But if you know that it's physically just part of a woman's cycle.
No, it's nothing against the woman, and it's nothing against me or anything. Dude, when my eyes are shut, or when we're up with each other or anything, it's amazing. It's sex.
Okay.
And
great.
as long as everyone's fine. But then when I see the blood, my core freaks out. Because I have a core instinct. Anytime I see blood, even on myself, anywhere, blood, I'm like, there's something deeply wrong. And during sex, so say you fucking porn watchers, which I've watched a lot, but I'm trying not to watch any anymore. There's penetration happening, and you look down, and then my penis, or there's any blood around me or them, I'm like, whoa, there's something really wrong, because there's blood, because that means someone's
my
cut
dick
or
is
hurt.
broke.
Cut or hurt. Something's cut or hurt, and that's super not arousing. So then I actually get very seriously like, oh no, like there's some shit wrong deeply to my core, and then it's not arousing. Though I can quickly just shut my eyes, look at the boobs, and be like, okay, oh yeah, we're here, baby.
Now, you see, here's the thing, and like this may be like way too much information for a podcast or anything. But
Not enough, Dom.
when I see a girl in her flowers, and in her period, like I don't think it's like something to be repulsed by. I think it's beautiful. Sexually, I think it's amazing to actually embrace all that. Yeah, if I say I like to go down on a girl and wake up with a taste of iron in my mouth, I'm definitely going to get less likes on Tinder. But here you go.
Are you sure about that?
Well,
Wouldn't you get more?
have you seen my Tinder profile?
Have I seen your Tinder profile?
Yeah, it's really bad, man.
No, I haven't. Did you write that in it ever? In your life, where you're like, yo, I like to wake up with blood around, or the taste of iron in my mouth. That's a really intricate way of saying it.
It might be that. It might be.
Have you ever actually written that? I bet you haven't. I bet you haven't.
I bet you I've written way more difficult Tinder profile sentences than that.
Well, you would know, so this is an unfair bet.
Okay, so Tom Browne, top of the town, one leg up, one leg down.
The fuck was that?
I don't know.
What the fuck was that? All right, yeah, no, I get it. Like, you don't want to talk about how much you like iron, and you like dark leafy greens. I understand.
Yeah, I do like to eat the odd period, but it's not for a podcast.
Hold up, man. Does it taste good to you?
No, it's just sex. Okay,
so it's you being embracing and being comfortable. For the person. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's really dope. And I'm just saying my honest truth of I have this instinct that really turns me off with it, and I wish it was different. And I have to overcome it to then be very empathetic and loving towards being like, I don't want to be turned off right now during our sex, because I would love to have sex with you. I love you. But now I'm being turned off, but then I don't want you to think that it's because of your period, because I'm that nice or whatever the fuck. It literally is my feelings where I'm when I have a cut, I am the same feeling. Or if someone else is bleeding anywhere on the street or from their nostril or anything, anytime, it's blood in my eyes. And when I see it, I'm like, I get this deep, dark urge that something's wrong, and I have to overcome it in my mind, and I have to play tricks on myself, and I have to try to get them to jam my hands down their throat for sexual purposes or something, or let whatever change positions or something, whatever.
I'm never gonna drink again.
Is that the lyrics to that song?
That is the lyrics to that song.
I'm never gonna drink again.
I'm never gonna think again.
Pinball Hero, or what's that song? Pinball Wizard.
I got a question for you.
Sure,
my friend.
Sure.
How did you end up in Belfast?
We were talking about this earlier. Uncle Sam died.
Okay, yeah.
House sitting.
Uncle Sam died.
Yeah, house sitting. Uncle Sam's house was just going through the courts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you never told me how you went from
Turbo cancer. Just kidding.
But you went from one location to the other. You never told
Canada?
me how you ended up in Belfast.
Dude, I just, like, I'm so limited in my purposes and, like, what you ask me, what I'm doing with the rest of my life. Dude, I'm a certain kind of confident right now because I'm highly intoxicated. Plus or minus. And, I just finished so I didn't do a tour in the summer. I went to my favorite festivals in the world that inspired me to write music and things like that. Then in the fall, after meeting a bunch of people, some people were having parties and some people were having small festivals, and then with that all as well, I'm like, I'll play some gigs here and here. And yeah, it ended up being like 7 gigs, that's cool. And that's in the fall. That's after festivals. And played all the Glorilla sets. Then right after it, I got to my mom's house because I don't have an investment in a home. I don't have a place to go because I haven't worked towards that because I've been constantly traveling and constantly writing music and not actively pursuing making money on my music. More not even putting it out, just like writing it and just living a life. I drink a lot of beer, and like if I had spent the amount of time drinking beer as I did advertising myself, I'd be very well known probably, but I like what I do and I can't deny it, or I will change what I do. Now,
I have an important question for you, Superglue.
did this get personal for you as soon as I brought up alcohol? Because I didn't.
Not at all.
I didn't tell
it's
you how I
nothing
ended
got
up
to
in
do with
Belfast.
alcohol. It's got to do with the probability of
Belfast.
fame. Have you had you the choice? Would you invite notoriety or fame into your life? Would you do that? Would you nix out what you have now, knowing exactly what you know right now? Would you invite that kind of invite that kind of celebrity into your life?
I think having a few more people thinking about me would actually be really well, because it would get a few more people asking me to do things, which I would be very honored or in pleasure to do. And it would be along the lines of work that I would want to do, and I would try to do the best job I can of it, because I do have the time. Because in the time lately, or definitely, I'm not highly directional right now. And if I could have a purpose in serving some others, serving others, where they're asking me to be me for them, then it would give me, and if I could fill like half of my time serving others, I'd be open to that. And I'd be open to the celebrityness, the knowingness, the people thinking of me and knowing of me enough to think of me when they need me enough. Because I know people need.
Would you surrender?
sounds.
But would you surrender notoriety?
I don't know what notoriety means.
Being like if you walked down the street right here, nobody would know you from Adam, and you could do that any street in the world, being notorious.
Mm-hmm.
If you surrender notoriety, it means if you walked down the same street here, someone would kind of go, "Hey, there's that Colin guy," you know.
I know. That's a wild one.
And it's a hypothetical, but it's pertinent.
I think it comes in regions, and it comes in areas, or like it doesn't come with literally everyone. Like literally here, I don't think it would happen. But I imagine for sure in my hometown, because unbelievably, let's just say, yeah, whatever amount of people know me, then people would know exactly where I'm from. So people would voice, oh yeah, Golden, that's where Colin's from. And then everyone will hear in Golden that they hear that people talk about Golden because of where Colin's from or something like that. So then when I go to Golden, fucking everybody knows me. I'm in a hypothetical situation. But when I go further away from it, or even British Columbia, even Canada, now if I go into America, like, you get away from it a bit. But if I had it a little bit more, though I have it a bit already, and quite a bit more than people that some of the people I surround myself with, like, or what I mean is I've had quite a few people be around me, and then I'm with them trying to spend time with them, and then people already come up to me, because I am trying to make a large impression on a lot of people, and I try to be friends with everyone, which actually bites you in the back, because you can't be friends with everyone. You can't be.
Well, I disagree. You can be friends with people, because I'm living proof I fucking hate people from Canada.
You can be friends with everybody. What I mean is you can't put like a huge amount of investment in time with everybody and then also have... No, there's just not enough time in the day, is what I'm saying.
Well, what I'm saying is I fucking hate people from Canada.com.
.com. I wonder if that's a website.
Yeah.
Jamie, look that up.
You know what we should do?
Aye.
We should, like, do a little jam.
Go on.
I got a guitar there. Would you be able to bust out a little bit of a beat or something?
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Let's do that.
Yeah, bring it on, like as you please, man.
All right. Will we do it?
Well, what else are we doing? Like, if you are doing that, I'm not just gonna not.
Okay. Well, I'll grab a guitar. Will we keep that rolling?
It's rolling, man.
Okay.
Aye. Do you have a drum? Do you have a wee drum?
I have a drum.
Just a wee drum. Not a drum of whiskey, but just a drum.
Okay, you're gonna have
a rhythmic drum. I'll cut it later. I leave that on all the time. Thanks for listening, guys. I love you. I guess I do. You know? Man. More and more I understand where you come from just makes you think exactly what you thought and makes you believe what you believe undeniably. Oh, Luna!
I think I have these
Hey, Luna.
I think I have these weird, like, decks from 1992.
Well, just you have some light percussion instruments, mate.
From 1992.
Dude.
But you can probably get some good sounds out of them.
Dude, what is this?
There's
DJ
some
Mixer
decks.
sound effects board.
Yeah.
This is very interesting.
Alright, ready?
Right, guys, we're gonna sing you a song. Let me know. Do you know? Are you directing me? I'm not even gonna fuck with this. I'm just gonna probably do a rhythm on the.
Like, turn
table.
it on there on the on button.
I don't think it's got batteries, dude.
Alright.
But Hi, there's the brother.
Dominic, what the fuck is the dog doing in here? What the fuck?
It's hanging out. Ah, cheese, mate. Ah, cheese, mate. What? So are you singing a particular song that's yours or something? Or are you singing someone else's song?
I'm going to sing a particular song that's mine.
Sweet. And then as soon as you hit that beat, I'm going to just...
Once upon a time machine skidded on the turn of the century, grass hiding under the weed, traded well-being for the magic beans. By myself I go insane. A bee flew into my ear and stung my brain. When I pass away, I'm gonna get a job at the pearly gates, just to watch their faces as I say, welcome to my tangled world of booze, between all don'ts, between all do's. Welcome to my tangled world of booze, between all don'ts, say between all do's. Heads or tails for the will to live. The coin lands on its edge. To point the finger bread. Saint Judah, my hopeless cause. Saint Anthony, help me find my mind. Saint Augustine, are the robots in my eyes? The answer is always five. What would you do if you were in my clown shoes? The slippers are what you tried to buy, but all you got was the booze. Why myself I go insane. A bee flew into my ear and stung my brain. When I pass away, I'm gonna get a job at the pearly gates, just to watch their faces as I say, welcome to my tangled world of booze, between all don'ts, say between all do's, and stands for the will to live. The coin lands on its edge, point the finger bread. Saint Judah, my hopeless cause. Saint Anthony, help me find my mind. Saint Augustine, are the robots in my eyes? The answer is always tomorrow. Is always tomorrow. It's 1:15, never too late. If you see something, he's got him done. You shouldn't be asking, I have the problem. Don't be an ass by taking advantage. Open a Looney Tune and change the mood by singing. Not a hopeless cause. Me, I'm the bastard son of Santa Claus.
Be a better person to you.
If you're looking for the meaning of life, I'll give you a clue. The answer is sometimes 5.
It's always been inside of you, you know? Peace, guys. This is it.
La 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 la. La 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 la. Get yourself an erection over here.
Okay, this is over.
God
Peace.
damn it, Starling.
Thanks, Dom. Peace. I love you. I don't even know, man.